Here we are, then. Must feel like Streamlabs is lagging, dude. I can't tell what the fuck is going on. It's all this shit that's open on my desktop. Microphone testing. 1, 2, 3. Are we where we want to be? Microphone testing. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Seems to be going alright. I don't know why it's laggy a bit, but fuck it. Okay, so I'm really on the fence about buying the World of Warcraft expansion this early, but I'm gonna have to do it anyway. Get that beta access. Dude, come on, dude. What's my fucking password, bro? Like, I know it. Holy shit, dude. Why do I have to do this every fucking time I want to fucking log into Battle.net, dude? This is fucking ridiculous, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. There, you happy? We got it. Dude, I just spent $100 and you're trying to talk me into buying a 1-year subscription now on top of that? Fuck you, game. Now gotta install the War Within beta. Question is, will I have enough space in my hard drive? Do I gotta delete some games? I don't remember this battle music from Chrono Trigger. Check this video out here. Mad Seasons. I miss when World of Warcraft was just a game. It's him reacting to another person's video, so it's me reacting to a person who is probably also reacting to multiple persons' content.
It's 1997, you're 9 years old, you're at your friend's house, you have 4-player GoldenEye, slappers only loaded up, and your friend's mom just ordered pizza. Little did you know, this was the best that life was ever going to get. Sorry,
True.
honey. Don't you miss when games were just games, and you would just play them instead of watching neckbeards play them and analyze them on third-party social media websites?
Yep.
Yeah, I know. It was boring. I mean, you couldn't even pay money at every possible opportunity to not play the game you apparently love playing. Well, apparently you're not alone. Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. And today we have a video by Roten. One of you guys linked me this, and I wanted to check it out. Let's see why he misses when World of Warcraft was just a game.
I miss when World of Warcraft was just a game to me. In fact, I missed when most games were just games. I was reminded of this last night while playing Quest 64, an old Nintendo 64 game. There's barely any direction, there's no objectives, and there's a ton of rooms and corridors and hallways that just lead nowhere. It annoyed.
Did I watch Asmon already react to this?
The developers put that there if it has no purpose, or I'd say something like, that's bad game design. But then I did some reflection. There was a day before good game design, when games weren't designed to keep you engaged, or keep your dopamine levels high, or give you constant breadcrumb rewards. There was a day when they were just games, to play without purpose just for fun, almost like playing pretend when you were a kid. So why did the developers put that empty hallway there? Well, because someone may just want to explore around for fun. How about that? Playing a game for the fun of it.
For fun. I do that every
Really
night.
casual. No, he's right. Games these days are more goal-oriented than they've ever been, to the point to where, in some cases, it's almost like a second job, particularly within the MMO genre. It's kind of funny if you think about it, but games were, of course, first created for leisure, something to distract you, to have direction, but not urgency. If you didn't play, aside from maybe missing
It's my jam right there,
to your
dude.
friends group for being the first to beat Contra without cheat codes, there really wasn't any pressure to complete tasks in a timely manner, and I think this is really where MMORPGs have sort of lost the plot. It's a genre of game that's always had some sort of inherent pressure to play due to its multiplayer nature. Character progression is always relative. You never wanted to fall behind in levels with your friends because then you wouldn't be able to do the fun things that they were doing, and you want.
Speaking of fun WoW experiences, I'm actually thinking of leveling an enhancement shaman in Season of Discovery. That could actually be fun. Make me a troll shaman on a different server. That kind of sounds fun.
To have relatively good gear to open up more options for guild recruitment, but over time it's gotten more and more intense, and it's sort of gone into a direction where you aren't really rewarded for playing as much as you are punished for not playing. And I think that part of that has to do with the genre itself, but also the increasingly goal-oriented.
That's a good point. Not rewarded for playing, you're rewarded. Whatever he said, you're not rewarded for playing, you're punished for not playing. That's how it feels, yeah.
Gaming industry at large. I think you can still get this from indie. AAA, not so much, but there used to be a time where something could just exist that didn't really have this tangible reward, such as experience, an achievement, an item, or whatever form of progression that the genre of game you're playing demands. It just simply existed for the sake of existing. And the world of exploration he's using here as an example is right on the money, because it happens to shine in the MMO genre. There's spots and nooks and crannies all over the game. Personally, one of my most memorable moments was just kind of exploring in Duskwood and happening upon that little grove in the eastern end with the Dark Portal statues. Now, this area had no actual purpose, from what I recall at least, but uncovering it always stuck with me. It's like, this is kind of out of place. What's this place for? What are these cool statues? I can't find it on YouTube because YouTube doesn't exist. Am I the first to find it? What's this grave for? Do you fuck your sister against it? It's one of my most vivid memories, and
Fuck your
I'm sure
sister
many of
against
you
it?
guys have
What?
similar stories with other spots. Probably without the incest, I'd have to guess. Or maybe not, but regardless, how can you say that moments like this don't provide value? The fact that we remember these moments like 20 years later, I think speaks for itself. So I do think that the goal-oriented climate of all games, not just MMOs, have really lost sight of this stop and smell the roses appeal that they used to have. I feel like if World of Warcraft were released today and you had a spot like this, due to the fact that you don't get experience for finding it, there's no achievement that pops up when you enter it, or any sort of reward for exploring it, people would just say, it's a waste of time, what's the point, where's the shiny?
I used to feel the same way about World of Warcraft. Nowadays, I care about item levels, I care about rating, I care about new content and the best talent builds and the top classes and the top specs and the next patch and the buffs and the nerfs. And even Blizzard seems to have adapted to this style of thinking, making every new zone and raid high octane and high priority in the storyline. There's no time anymore to just relax and play, but it wasn't always like this. When I first started playing World of Warcraft in 2006, I was a dwarf.
I've been saying this more and more lately. One of the reasons why I like classic WoW
I started as a gnome in the same zone.
isn't necessarily for what it has, it's what it doesn't have. To me, it's very representative of that old saying, there's beauty in simplicity. It doesn't have all of this busy work. It doesn't have this laundry list of dailies and weeklies that you have to keep up with. It's still definitely goal-oriented, but it's lacking a lot of the pressure that you see in the current game. And I think it sort of turned it into a second job almost, where you play not necessarily because you want to, but because you're compelled to. At least that's the way that I feel. I mean, both versions are extremely time-consuming, don't get me wrong, but I think for Classic, it's in a much more healthy way because I feel like you're just in more control for the reason that you log in, because as far as timers are concerned, really all that it has are weekly raids and some profession cooldowns here and there if you picked them, but by today's standards, that's pretty tame. I know that Rotan isn't specifically talking about timers here, but I do think that they're really at the core of why everything is go, 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 like he's saying. It's not that people have necessarily lost the desire to explore, it's that due to how these games are structured and how much pressure that these timers bring, people have simply lost the capacity because it's, well, this is nice, but this thing I initially came here for resets tomorrow, and my wife is going to get home in 30 minutes. These little exploration moments that he's talking about often happen when players are doing other things. So, for instance here, why was he in Ironforge in the first place? Well, maybe to train, maybe professions, maybe the auction house. I do think that there are explorer types who they just kind of, explore. They just go around in a zone trying to find all these nooks and crannies, but I think the general populace, what the case is most of the times is they just get sidetracked. But it's hard to get sidetracked now and smell the roses when your game time is mandated first by all of these timers, and then after you do your chores, you've earned the freedom in this video game to do what you want.
What do you mean? Now we can finally play the game. Oh yeah.
You have to earn the ability to do what you want today. Perfect example here, and I love Majora's Mask. It is a classic and it's great for many reasons, but one of the reasons why I preferred Ocarina of Time is that I don't like timers in video games generally. I mean, there are some exceptions, but timers are stressful. We already race against the clock in every aspect of our lives.
Coming to bed, honey?
Yes, dear.
You have to get to work on time, you have to cook dinner at these hours, and you want to get to bed at a reasonable time. You know what I mean? I feel like Ocarina was more fun for me because there was room for moments in Hyrule Field to just kind of explore. That's pretty important for an adventure game, the ability and freedom to explore. So that's what I say, give me freedom. Give me freedom to immerse myself into this world that you've crafted, and I think that's true for RPGs as well. So I think that this obsession with daily and weekly timers that the genre has fallen under kind of betrays why video games exist in the first place. It's for leisure. reduced pressure, and you lose this as soon as you're compelled to play for any reason other than pure natural willpower. So you may be asking, okay, well, why do they exist then? Surely game developers, people who've dedicated their entire...
I got a comment on his video real quick before Eve halfway through watching it. Props on the editing and music selections. Nostalgia overload in a good way. And we gotta choose the appropriate emoji. Musical stuff? That's good. Props on the editing and music selections. Nostalgia overload in a good way.
lives to game design realize this. But the issue is that on paper, these dailies and weeklies look very good because metrics-wise, they have a good retention rate, but a good retention rate does not equal good retention. If your player feels like a prisoner, eventually they'll get burnt out, and I think that was the main reason with BFA, and I think that's what really separates good developers from bad ones. I think that a good developer looks at a retention rate that is lower, but overall is more healthy because the only motivation to play is from the player. They're not pressured into playing. And I think a bad developer looks at this retention rate of BFA and they think to themselves, wow, people really love island expeditions and war fronts. People must love Torghast. They're in it every week.
No, they don't.
Yeah, of course they are. Because now that you've twisted their arm into doing them, because that's your method of character progression, what, are people just not going to get legendaries and Shadowlands?
Right.
I don't think that dailies and weeklies are 100% bad. I think that...
And you know what? I didn't. Because I played the first raid tier of Shadowlands and noped the fuck out. And didn't play it anymore. And I don't regret it. So, I'll try it again when Classic Shadowlands comes out. In like 4 years.
They can be good if they aren't in excess, and maybe they aren't so crucial for character progression. You know, just little things that encourage a little bit of activity. But I think it's so easy to go overboard and to really over-rely on them because you lose what Rotan is saying here. At a certain point, it starts to feel less and less like a game and more like an obligation.
Warrior, and I had no clue what I was doing, but I did know one thing.
See, we're so like inceptioned right now. We're back to the original video that he was watching. You know what I'm saying?
Loved being engrossed in the world. I would go into every building in Ironforge just to look around and think how cool it might be to just hang out here with friends and talk. Not questing, not leveling, not gearing, just hanging out in a cool secluded place in Ironforge talking about life. Same thing for...
So I actually talk about this in another video I'm working on, which has to do with the social nature of MMOs. I think it should be on the channel by the time I post this, but many people today comment on...
Yep, I feel that 1000%. I commented probably on those recently. I was just thinking this the other day. Yesterday, in fact, I was like, why are MMOs so antisocial nowadays? And I asked this question in Retail World of Warcraft general chat, and I started getting flamed by people and called the worst fucking human that ever existed, basically.
On how antisocial MMOs are, and they're right. It's transformed into a very antisocial genre compared to what it once was. And one of the reasons for this is this tunnel vision on goals. on everything must have an immediate short-term reward or else it shouldn't exist. And the sad thing is, communicating and interacting with your fellow player is one of these things. In World of Warcraft's case, and a lot of these games, not to pick on WoW too much here, but you don't need to interact with anyone to experience the bulk of the game. You can raid through some raid finding system, dungeon through dungeon finder, level because there's no group quests, never party because mob takes share, there's no difficulty in figuring out how to do something, everything has waypoints. You can play near the entire game and get 95% of the experience without ever speaking to another soul. I think that one of the very core pillars of the MMORPG, which is its social nature, has been optimized out because it's not immediately apparent what value other players can bring. It's kind of strange if you think about it. It's a genre of game that no one wants to play alone, as in you're the only player on the server, but still, people play the game as if that were the case. Because again, social interaction is simply seen as inconvenient and therefore it should be avoided. And
because most of the social interaction is toxic. You know, like I try to interact with people and like strike up conversation, and I usually just get ignored, if not shit talked. You know what I'm saying? Occasionally, there's nice people that reply back and like want to hang out and be chill. That like maybe run a few dungeons together, even. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's queue up again, dude. That's how it was in Cata for a bit when I was playing the last few weeks. But generally, it's just go, 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 go. Fucking follow behind this person and pick up loot. Because this person is try hard the shit out of the game and they're like fucking 15 miles in front of everybody, running as fast as possible, pulling 75 mobs while the healer frantically tries to keep up and the DPS try to keep up and fucking DPS everything down. I don't know. It's just retail feels like Mop Remix pretty much now. And I don't know, at least until you get to the higher end shit. You know, just like Mop Remix. Like it's gonna feel like that until you get to like the heroic raids and shit, I'm told, because I quit after just doing the normal raids. And watching one person do 10 times everyone's DPS. So I was like, fuck this. But yeah, retail's the same kind of way right now, dude. Like, until you get up to the Mythic Plus shit and stuff, maybe. And like do heroic and mythic raids and stuff.
removed. Anything inconvenient must be destroyed. Most everything that you get in these expansions is transitory. Gear becomes outdated, mounts become farmable and less rare, as do tough achievements, but friends persist. I met people in a Nomragon run in 2005 that I still play with today, and again, how can you say that that's not valuable?
Wish that was the case for me. I only play with 2 people. Well, I know 3 people, but that's because they're my IRL friends that I started playing WoW with. But I've never made a friend in WoW that I've had last for more than 6 months or a year or something. But which is a shame. I would really prefer to make long-lasting friendships, but I don't know if it's a me problem or if it's just them problem. Probably a bit of both.
Once more, I think that's what really makes the great designers stand out, are those who are able to look past this surface level of activity equals tangible reward, and they're able to see the intangible in things that don't
It sure feels like a me problem, but I know that's not it. I'm a good person, and fuck people. To say otherwise. Fuck you.
show up in a spreadsheet. And this isn't even from a wholesome perspective. Don't get me wrong, it may sound wholesome, but it's actually quite the opposite. I do believe that it's financially lucrative as it's easy. I do believe that it's financially lucrative as it's easier to retain players with friends. You've probably heard me say this in recent videos. One of the most effective ways of retaining players in these MMOs is to make it such that if they're thinking of quitting, they're not just walking away from a video game, they're walking away from this fun activity with their friends every weekend. So many people.
Yeah, which kind of sucks about Season of Discovery taking so long. I was raiding every week with the friends, and it was good, but it's like I felt like it started again to be a little too much. I don't know why. Maybe I was just burnt out and I needed a break, but I couldn't even take a break and shit started falling apart. You know? It's lame. Maybe P4 bring it back, but I doubt it.
Play these MMOs because their friends are playing it. And if their friends were to all quit, that'd be it for them. They would unsubscribe along with them. So social ability and the game sort of pushing people together to interact with each other to create opportunities to make friends. I think that's really a lost art within the genre because it's seen as inconvenient. But from a player experience standpoint and even from a financial standpoint, I think it's a huge blind spot in the industry.
This random building in Orgrimmar. I barely made it to level 20 on that first character, but I probably explored most of the entire world map, and I can still remember the awe I felt when I accidentally stumbled into the burning steppes by walking through the broken gate in the north of Red Ridge Mountains, and suddenly I arrived in Fire and Brimstone. Seeing the...
Very true. Another thing that was very effective in this, and it's so small that you wouldn't even think about it, but flight paths. The fact that the flight paths actually physically took you from point A to point B, and you got to look down at all of these high-level zones with these skull-level mobs, these intimidating areas, the elite drakes from Stormwind to Ironforge. This is what you call world presence, and for many players, this was their moment where they said, "Whoa, this is cool."
yeah,
This
pretty
really
much.
is an online virtual world. It's massive. There are people everywhere. They're all doing their own thing. It's persistent. Even when I'm offline, something is happening. It was intriguing. It was fresh. It was exciting. And because of this, it was immersive.
blackened, smoky sky and the lava pouring from the mountains was amazing, and seeing the creatures and dragons that roamed the land made me excited to eventually come back and quest here, which I never did. Oops. But I do still
Me
remember
neither.
that feeling, the wonder and the awe.
I've been playing this game for like 20 years, and I actually just in Season of Discovery, P3, there was like two quests I did there for quest stacking or some shit going into P3. And that's the first time I've ever quested there.
At every zone and every turn. And now I'm so familiar with every zone that I
Yeah, it made you want to play. It made you want to level so you could see the next zone, so you could see the next dungeon, and to explore the unexplored.
gotta admit I'm pretty killer at WoW GeoGuessr. So that begs the question, is this just a nostalgia thing? And I don't think so, as Classic WoW and Season of Discovery in particular still have their moments of invoking wonder in me more so than modern WoW. And I think what it comes down to is the idea of a game being just that, a game. The process of not needing to follow an ideology of good game design, or retention practices, or meaningful progression systems, or balance. In the many empty buildings in each capital city, I feel the echoes of players and guilds that came before and probably hung out within their walls chatting in-game rather than using something like Discord to do voice chat. And even beyond the
Oh, same. Every time I take that ride in the Deep Run tram, I think of that beautiful Dwarven hand cannon. Funny he mentions Discords here and the social ability of the game. This is another thing that has really worn away at the social fabric of the MMO. It's how social media has evolved around it, and because of this, they've really lost a lot of the uniqueness they once held. In the
That's a
early
good point.
2000s, it was so interesting and new and unique to interact with strangers on the internet. But now, between YouTube and Twitch, Reddit, Discord, Instagram, and social media as a whole, it's really lost a lot of this unique appeal. And also, like he said, there will be in-game discussions now take place on these third-party websites. And hot take here, I don't even think that this is self-contained within the gaming community. It's life. You know, the rise of social media has sort of trained people that if what you do doesn't get 100 likes on fucking Instagram, that must mean that that thing doesn't have value. So many people attach their value to their online presence and how many likes they get. And believe me when I tell you, having done YouTube so intensely for 10 years this year, it's a horrible way to live and to look at life. Remember to stop and smell the roses, not just in video games, but in your personal life as well. I really do think that myself and a lot of you guys watching, according to my age demographics, really do think
This is right here. This right here is what makes me sad when I go out in the world.
that myself and a lot of you guys watching, according to my age demographics, that we're really part of the last of a unique generation where we experienced life as kids before the internet, back when we used to go outside.
Thank God, dude. Thank God. I wonder what it'd be like if I hadn't, like, these Zoomers, you know, I guess.
And then witnessing that transition to the digital age and the rise of the internet and social media and the online world opening up, I think it's pretty easy for us to see how the younger generation can get so caught up and consumed in the digital world that they forget to enjoy the simplicity in life. And I think that we're guilty of that ourselves sometimes as well. But because we lived during a time before social media kind of took over, it's sort of a way that we can ground ourselves and remind ourselves to enjoy the simple things and get back to the basics and enjoying the beauty and simplicity in not just video games, but in life itself. I do. I think that it's harder for someone who is raised on social media to see that, and I think that's why people act so crazy these days and they get so caught up in stuff that ultimately doesn't matter and has no real consequence these days.
Where's this come from? I like it.
Caught up to see that, and I think that's why people act so crazy these days and they get so caught up in stuff that ultimately doesn't matter and has no real consequence in your life. You know, these terminally online people who believe that people in real life behave as if they do on social media. They just get so out of touch and so consumed with it. I think that we really are the last generation to know that. I think that life today is way more complex than it used to be. But yeah, take a moment to call your mom and dad, give them a hug. There's no daily quest for that. There's no experience gain or gold to be earned, but it doesn't mean it's not worth doing. So be grateful for that. Be grateful for being a part of what could be the last generation to truly grasp the beauty and simplicity because we actually experienced it.
That's
to be
right.
earned, give them a hug. I think that we really are the last generation to know that. I think that life today is way behave as if they do on social who believe that people in real life behave as if they do on social media. They just get so out of touch and so consumed with it. I think that we really are the last generation to know that. I think that life today is way more complex than it used to be. But yeah, take a moment to call your mom and dad, give them a hug. There's no daily quest for that. There's no experience gain or gold to be earned, but it doesn't mean it's not worth doing. So be grateful for that. Be grateful for being a part of what could be the last generation to truly grasp the beauty and simplicity because we actually experienced it.
Capital cities, there are empty vistas in areas of the game that some may consider useless or poorly designed that were really just there to add flavor for those who wanted it. And even endgame raids in classic WoW like Molten Core didn't feel as immediately pressing to complete as soon as you could. I mean, there wasn't always a world-ending catastrophe just on the other side if you didn't hurry up and progress through the raid. In modern WoW, there is a greater
This is another thing that I personally would attribute to the makeup of the player base. At this point in vanilla, people were more focused on leveling and just sort of exploring the genre. But now, as the player base has aged and we've become more familiar and more skilled, more knowledgeable, they're much more aware of how these MMOs are structured. You know, it's level, dungeon, raid, and we're on like expansion number 10 at this point. So that's why I say that if MMOs are to become as popular as they once were, there needs to be one that breaks this mold. There needs to be one where players expect the normal formula and they get surprised and intrigued. And I think that answer lies in Sandbox, since it's a much less explored subgenre. Since World of Warcraft found the magic theme park formula, it's been emulated hundreds of times. There's really not much room for innovation in theme park. And I think that going back to Sandbox and focusing on player-made content instead of developer-made content is the only thing that can reintroduce the intrigue and mystery and uniqueness that the genre once held.
Emphasis on the critical path and on progression for the sake of story, and in a sense, I get it. You have to keep the players engaged, you have to keep the stakeholders happy, and you need to constantly have high stakes. Unfortunately, Blizzard already crossed the border of highest stakes of all time with the Shadowlands expansion.
Yeah, like, how do you top going into the fucking afterlife and, you know, fucking, like, I mean, I'm sure people said the same thing about going into space or whatever and killing, you know, whenever there was that Legion or whatever? I don't know, man.
And the universe-ending jailer. I mean, how can you create another engaging story without putting the universe at stake again? But
Yeah, and that's the problem, once again, with these Marvel-like, grandiose, epic, world-shattering storylines where the player is this ultimate savior and badass of the world, best friends with Khadgar, best friends with Magni. It just doesn't work in an MMO because not only is it multiplayer, it's hard to be the savior of the world when everyone else is, but you also paint yourself into a corner because how do you top that?
That was so badass then.
We also went over this in the Jimmy video that these storylines become so convoluted, the game can't even deliver them in a comprehensive way anymore at this point with the Chromie time, and how it just rushes you out of expansions before the story is even concluded. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's all the more reason to make the focus of the game to be the world, and the player to be this nameless foot soldier in it.
That's just the point for me. I don't want another universe-ending, world-ending, or even continent-ending storyline. I want a lived-in world with smaller, more meaningful bite-sized stories that are fun to explore. I don't want a fresh new continent where it feels like nobody's ever been there before. I want to feel as if I'm part of the world again, not the champion of Azeroth. I want
Oh, champion. I'll suck your dick for some Azurite, champion.
to walk around and explore the corners
Yeah.
of each zone and building, not for a reward or a secret, but for the fun of it. But the gaming landscape has changed.
This is what made SOD great. Like, because you could run around the world, and the caps made it so you had to stop and smell the roses, so to speak. You know.
We don't need to talk using in-game chat anymore. Discord has a great interface, a bunch of communities, and it's easier than ever to voice chat with your friends. Back in the day, having a TeamSpeak or Vent server was a big deal, and having good enough internet to run that at the same time as playing World of Warcraft was an even bigger deal. Stereotypically nowadays, gamers are painted as these nitro-fueled, energy drink chugging, RGB lighting enthralled adult children, and to pander
Hell yeah, brother.
to that stereotype, we need flashy games that pack a punch and better pack one quick before your captive audience chooses one of a million other games promising the same thing. But there
Exactly. Be the one that does something different. But unfortunately, the issue here is that, and we'll see if he gets into it here, it's just money. MMOs cost too much to make, so it's a genre dominated by AAA, and AAA is too scared to risk it. From what we've seen over the past couple of decades, we see innovation from indie, and then AAA just sort of builds upon it. That's why the landscape has been theme park since World of Warcraft took off. They've been trying to recapture this magic in their own slightly different ways, not understanding that the landscape of the player base has changed since then, and a lot of this uniqueness to the genre no longer exists due to the evolution of social media and also the players at an individual level. I think that the answer does lie in Sandbox, and just having things for the sake of having things, like you said, and focusing on player-made content and getting out of this tunnel vision of dopamine rush. But the only developer who would do that is indie, and I think it's just too expensive of a genre for indie, so unless we get some billionaire to fund it, I just don't really think it's going to happen, unfortunately.
There's another catch. They're all promising the same thing. How awesome would it be to finally have a World of Warcraft expansion or experience with a slower pace, a chiller vibe, and some good old fun exploration? And no, I'm not talking about the cozy game genre, which, side note, it's probably growing fast because more people are wanting that type of vibe, but I don't want WoW to be a farming sim or an idle game. I would want the upcoming WoW expansions to feel like classic WoW and Season of Discovery in their pacing. Slowed down, less high stakes, less flashy lights, less progression systems, with more corners to explore, whether they're empty or not. I don't have a...
What do you guys think of an expansion where instead of taking days to level, it takes months? Like, let's say there's not even...
Yes, please. That's what I've wanted my entire life. And like, this is Final Fantasy XI's appeal to me. You know what I'm saying? That it takes 6 months. Back in the day, when it was all new, it took me like a year or like 7 to 8 months to get my summoner up. I had to get my red mage up to like 30 and my white mage up to like 35, and then I had to get my fucking summoner unlocked and get summoner turned up to fucking 75 and get gear for it, get my AF gear and everything for it. It took me like 7-8 months to get to a rating position in that game, and that's why I have such fond nostalgia for Final Fantasy 11 is because the fucking struggle, dude, is what makes it real, dude. Like, and WoW just doesn't have that as much anymore. The struggle is getting, I don't know, man. It's not. It's very compressed way too much. You know what I'm saying? And then so basically, you're just at the end of the day, all video games are a waste of time. But like, I want to work towards a goal and have it feel like it means something or it meant something rather than rush towards a goal and have to do it all over again 3 months later or 6 months later. You know what I'm saying? Like that year it took me to get, to fucking raid ready position was all memories and learning, and it was awesome, dude. I want to go play Final Fantasy 11 now. Damn it. But like, I don't know, man. And like, I think even that shit that I don't know, man. It just feels like you just the point of WoW. I lost my purpose, my point now, but like the point of WoW is because I'm getting stoned because I ate an edible, and you get gear too quickly and you replace it too quickly. So it's like, yes, I know that I'm doing this just for the experience and the fun of it, and to be strong now and replace it, but it just feels like too compressed. I'm gonna shut up now. It feels like too compressed. They need to stretch that shit out.
Even a raid ready at release. Let's say they put all of that effort into making these enormous zones and this really, really intense leveling campaign and all of this work back into the world where the average player takes maybe 2-3 months to level. I think that it would be an interesting idea, but the issue here is that if we're going to speak World of Warcraft here, is that retail over the course of the past decade or so has really kind of cultivated this dopamine motivated player base. I remember this, and I think it was a little after I quit because people send me stuff all the time. There was like this slime cat that was data mined to be a reward for a Shadowlands raid, and it happened to be obtainable in LFR mode. And as it turned out, shortly before the patch, they changed it to normal mode, and people flipped out. Like, they were irate. At first glance, I think it's pretty unreasonable. I mean, Blizzard, from what I understand, never said, hey, this is going to be in LFR mode. It was data mined, so I really kind of looked at it as people unfairly assuming that data mines are finished products. And, I mean, come on, it's normal mode. It's really not that big of a deal. But thinking about it more, this is the player base that they've cultivated. By making every single thing in the game so accessible for over a decade.
Imagine only doing LFR mode raids and never doing normal. Dude, at least normal, dude. It's like you just roll through it on LFR, dude. Like, what's the point? It's like in Baldur's Gate where it says you want the casual, fucking story experience and not normal. It is just like that, really.
Decade. Of course, there's going to be this expectation that everything is going to continue to be accessible, even if it means that items that could actually be unique and hold value turn into just another incrementation in a mount collection that nobody will ever use. So whenever I see people suggest these pretty radical changes, or if I suggest them myself, I always kind of think of the Slime Cat incident, and if people are going to go nuclear over an LFR mount, what do you think the reaction will be if they make leveling take more than 3 days? They'd go postal. How can you repair the social fabric if people go fucking ballistic over having to do a normal mode raid for an optional mount?
Proposed solution, and I'm not saying by any means I hate World of Warcraft now or that I'm quitting retail. No, none of that. I just wanted to throw my hat and my feelings into the ring, and I'm sure some of you out there would feel the same. I still like to just sit on the cliffs of Thunderbluff and look out on Mulgore. I still like to hear the music of Elwyn Forest and Stormwind as I'm strolling through. And sometimes, even as a heroic raider in Dragonflight, I still like to RP walk. And I hope that I'm not alone in saying I miss when games were games and we would play just for fun. Thanks for watching and take care.
What a casual. Good video here by Rotan. I agree with a lot of points. I don't know, maybe I'm a bit jaded, but I just think between the evolution of everything around the genre and the lack of creative integrity and innovation by AAA, and the fact that the player base doesn't really care, it's probably easier to dodge rain than it is to steer the ship back into the right direction. I think that there is enjoyment to be had from MMOs. I mean, I'm still playing Classic, so clearly I enjoyed enough to keep playing it, but I do think that, you know, the genre is in a tough spot, and I really think that the answer lies in indie if someone is willing to take a gamble and find a formula that's aged better than the theme park. But yeah, anyways, go subscribe to Rotan. He's a newer content creator, it looks like, so I'm sure he'd appreciate the support. Anyways, other than that, like the video if you liked it, because I'll see you in the next. It's 1997.
Fuck me, I'm muted. Sorry. I'm just saying, go follow that guy. He's good. Rotan, was it? And I did that. And yeah. Now I think I want to play some games. I just watched all of The Bear, so I got lots of Jeremy Allen White, The Bear recommendations and shit. And I love cute Asian girls, so I have lots of cute Asian girl stuff. Okay.
When your New York City room is this small, the only solution is to make it even smaller. I only use my room to sleep since there's obviously not enough space to do anything else, so why not ditch the twin size and get a bed that takes up the entire bedroom? The process was quite tedious as I had to first disassemble my old bed, which was a lot harder than expected, but I look kinda cool here, like, you go, Bob the Builder. I didn't film myself assembling the new bed, so let's just pretend like I'm doing that right now by reversing this clip. Slay. And my roommate being an angel on earth helped me with everything because she knows that I am weak as hell. So now we went from a small room to an even smaller room. Well, this is the reality of living in a New York City apartment. When your New York City
Cool. She's pretty. Also kind of want to play Baldur's Gate. I want to play some Hearthstone again, even though I hate it. I want to play some Overwatch. And I want to play WoW. Should just name myself like the ADHD gamer.
Don't mean to be rude in any way, but what the fuck happened to you? Did you know that that's Austin? Yeah.
By the way, that's how I met him the first time, because everybody said, have you met Austin yet? Oh, you're gonna love Austin, you're gonna love Austin. Then finally, I knocked on his trailer door and I opened the door to this pasty, bald, emaciated,
But you didn't shave your head.
thing.
No, I was going straight to another film and called The Bike Riders with Tom Hardy and Jeff Nichols, who was directing, and said, "Can you please not shave your head for that, because it's going to be tricky to get your hair back that quickly." So that wonderful hair and makeup team did that to me.
Wow.
That's a bold wig.
Yeah, isn't it incredible?
That's amazing.
And it also, and it's not just up here. It doesn't. Where does it
It
start?
attaches where my eyelids.
You didn't have to shave your eyebrows either. No. Oh, that's cool. Wow.
But it's incredibly meticulous, because if they're a millimeter off, you can't open one eye, and so yeah, they were incredible.
Did that take forever? Was it like an
It was
hour?
3 hours.
Oh,
Shave my head. Shave my head.
You shave it.
Josh, here's the thing. I think a lot of people will be surprised that you are in Dune 2.
Why?
Shave my head.
It was 3 hours.
Oh,
Incredible.
Did that take forever? Was it like
It
an
was
hour?
3 hours.
Oh,
Shave my head. Shave my head. And Josh, here's the thing. I think a lot of people will be surprised that you are in Dune 2.
Why?
Well, the people who saw Dune 1 thought it was goodbye.
Oh, they thought I was dead. Yeah, I thought they were surprised I wasn't fired or something.
No. character was dead.
No, you did. We thought the character was dead, but it's not really a sequel. It's just the continuation of the book. So it's 1 and 2 is actually the entire first book. And anybody who's read the book would know. Anybody who's watched the first movie doesn't know, and if they don't know the book.
Surprise!
Yeah,
there you go.
surprise.
And I have to say, it is sort of epic filmmaking that you kind of rarely see now. You got a taste of it there, just those incredible scenes in the desert.
Yeah.
Where were you for all of that, those big sand scenes?
Abu Dhabi. What? You weren't there. You don't know. I know.
I was in Hungary.
He was in his trailer.
Oh, so you missed the intense heat?
Well, we had intense heat, but it was in Budapest.
Oh, okay.
My first fight was the arena, which you see, it's the one in black and white, which is filmed on an infrared camera. It was 110 degrees outside.
Was it really?
And what my outfit is almost made of wetsuit material, and then with the bald.
Sweaty.
Yeah, it's very hot. Very hot.
It's not necessarily where we were, it was what we were wearing. You know, we were outside, I had a big glass bubble on. We had a still suit, which is basically like a wetsuit you would use for surfing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And presumably, like, for you in the desert, in the sand, it must be horrible.
You know.
Oh.
Yeah.
It gets in little crevices that it doesn't belong.
Yeah, that's where it should be.
Taking
It
it
should
out.
be.
Good stuff. Dude, I kind of want to play an Enhancement Shaman in Season of Discovery. Let's see, SysOD Enhancement Shaman. It's so good, dude. Jesus, dude. Oh, let's see this.
Guys, what is up? Welcome to the top DPS
Nice,
of
nice.
Week 1 Cataclysm. We're going to take a look at the logs today and see what DPS are standing out in the raids on single target fights, what DPS is doing good on multi-target, and even some 2-target situations. There's a lot of raids in Cataclysm, so I want to see who the standout players are overall, and if the chart of the tier list that came out before Cataclysm is actually accurate.
I do want to play Fire Mage in Cataclysm though. I've been trying to get myself to level 1. I can't afford another boost, man.
For today, because as you know, Cataclysm came out like 15 years ago. So people have gotten a lot better since then. And I'm kind of trying to see if the tier list from back then compares with the tier list of today. So let's get into it. We're going to pull up the stats for all of the raids and then filter by 1 day. And then we'll go ahead and drop this down to the 95th percentile. Okay, so as I thought, the unholy DKs were going to rise to the top. They tend to not be as gear dependent as some of the other classes. And in my raids, our unholy DKs are just absolutely crap.
Right. Yeah. This was like known that unholy DKs were going to just blast everything because they're not as gear dependent. I think this was known ahead of time. My shit's still not getting yeah, it's working. Okay, cool. But yeah. Interesting though, in Elemental Shaman, Fire Mage, Survival Hunter. So those 3 are like neck and neck. And I'm one of them, so that's good. Combat Rogue's not too far behind. And Assassination's not far behind that. Assassination's going to pull ahead after it gets its gear.
cranking, and they do good on single target, and they do really good on AoE, two target. I mean, everything. They're just insane. And no one can really compete with them in some of our raids. So let's take a look at a few different fights to see if this breakdown changes on a multi-target fight versus a single target fight. So let's first choose a single target fight. Of course, we're doing heroic 25-man, 95th percentile. We won't really get into the 100 at the top, like at that 100 percentile. You'll probably see the fire mages start to rise a bit, because they'll be the guys with the best gear in the world, and they're getting PIs and probably getting the infusion from the warlocks that give them haste as well. So the survival hunters are actually rising up above the mages. I do predict that the mages will be top at the end of the tier, just because of how well they scale with gear and with haste and stuff. But that's interesting. Right now, even the max percentiles, the survival hunters are leaping the Elishams and the fire mages. And that's it for the overall raid. I just think that survival hunter is really good single target and multi-target, whereas mages are struggling right now single target. They're incredible on a fight like Halfist. So if we pull up a fight, actually we can pull up a fight like Halfist first. Let's do that. So let's change the boss to Halfist. And wow, I was not expecting this. Fire Mage, yes, I was expecting to be top, but combat rogues are leaps and bounds ahead of any other class in the game. I think initially are leaps expecting this. Fire Mage, yes, I was. Let's do that on a fight like Halfist. So if we pull up a fight, actually we can pull up a fight like Halfist first. Let's do that. So let's change the boss to Halfist. And wow, I was not expecting this. Fire Mage, yes, I was expecting to be top, but combat rogues are leaps and bounds ahead of any other class in the game. I think initially the Fire Mages in this fight spike to the top because of how many whelps there are, and then you're usually doing 2 to 3 dragons. But combat rogues are king of sustained damage to 2 targets, and this fight does drop down to 2 targets, to 2 to 3 targets for the majority of the fight. So maybe that's why combat rogues are just absolutely leaping above everybody else in this fight, because like I said, it's primarily a 2 or 3 target fight towards for the majority of it. Let's take a look at a full single target fight like Chimeron. And as you can see, in a pure single target battle, Unholy DKs and Elisham surprisingly holding their own, and then the assassin rogues will be above the combat rogues in the pure single target. Fire mages dropping down to around 6th right now. I do, like I said, think that fire mage scales probably the best with gear, so they'll be rising up to the top once they get gear. I play fire mage, so I'm a bit biased, so I think I'm hoping and crossing my fingers that I'll be towards the top DPS of the tier when I get all the gear to get my haste points around 25%. Yeah. But yeah, so right now, Unholy DK is just the king of single target. They do fantastic AoE and 2 target as well. And they're just hard to beat. They're definitely hard to beat. So right now, people are certainly stacking Unholy DKs. And a lot of the Race to World First stuff, I saw like 4 Warlocks, 4 DKs, a couple of Elishams, you know what I mean? And sometimes even 4 Hunters in some of the Race to World First stuff. So that makes sense. And then one more fight like an Omnitron defense system, which is a lot of times 2 target. Okay, Fire Mage is doing well here in the Omnitron fight. That's a surprise. I didn't expect Fire Mages to be the top there. Maybe that's because their dots spread, and then you spread the dots, and then the tanks pull them apart. So a good Fire Mage can maybe spread the dots, and then they can move them apart. Other than that, I still think that Fire Mages will be rising.
Athlock is up there too.
And
same reason.
Warlocks are actually performing well,
Shadow
even though
Priest.
there's not very many Warlocks in the game. It's kind of sad to see. It's kind of sad to see that people aren't playing Warlock. I mean, if you're looking at basically every fight besides Alakir. Alakir is tough for casters. I'm going to say this. Being a caster on Alakir is very tough, unless you're an Affliction Warlock and you can cast on the move, because there's a lot of movement. And I'm surprisingly, the Arms Warriors are topping in this fight, but I guess it makes sense because they can keep up their damage while they're moving, and their bleeds are always on the target. Unholies and Rets doing really well on Alakir as well. And let's take a look at maybe a fight like Cho'Gall is all Fire Mage. Wow, because there's a lot of those what are they? The oozes that spawn. Holy crap! Fire Mage is just cranking on this fight. It's not even
Wow.
close. That is unreal how much damage that Fire Mage is doing on the Cho'Gall fight. Sinestra, the last
Wow.
prog and BFD. Shadow Priest, surprisingly, the top DPS here. I wonder why that is. Maybe we could take a look and see why Shadow Priest is performing so well on these fights. I love that there's a spread of damage on these fights, and it's not just all one or the other. It looks like Affliction Warlock on a fight like Thoralion and Valiona. So this is kind of a 2-target fight, but not everyone can spread their dots to the dragon that's flying in the air. Like Fire Mage has a tough time spreading their dots. But I imagine like Balance and Affliction Warlock and maybe Shadow Priest that has longer dots that can put on both targets, and Unholy DKs, if they can spread their dots to the dragon that's flying in the air, then these classes are going to be king for a fight like Thoralion and Valiona. Okay, well, let's take a look at...
That's cool that Cataclysm had specific fights that made specific specs excel. You know what I'm saying? They don't... I feel like maybe they do, but they don't... I feel like they don't do that as much anymore.
Some of the DPS on each fight that's in the top 10. And this is a much easier way of kind of looking at it. So Conclave of the Wind, we have a lot of Survival Hunters that are doing really well on this fight, and Demonology Warlocks. Alakir is probably going to be mostly, looks like mostly melee DPS with some LE Shamans being able to... So Conclave, much easier way of... that's in the top 10. And this is a much easier way of kind of looking at it. So Conclave of the Wind, we have a lot of Survival Hunters that are doing really well on this fight, and Demonology Warlocks. Alakir is probably going to be mostly, looks like mostly melee DPS with some LE Shamans being able to compete there as well. Omnitron Defense System is Fire Mage. Magma is all rogues, and it looks like combat rogues. This is interesting. So let's click on Magma.
Wow.
And wow, the top 100 is almost all combat rogues, and this must be because it's a 2-target fight. So let's see what Rick Slick is doing. So he has Blade Flurry up the whole time, and he is cleaving off of 2 targets, Blade Flurry being his most damage. So rogues are really good at doing the same amount of damage to 1 target as they do to 2. So any 2-target fight, combat rogue should be number 1 by a mile. And there you have it. Magma, I guess, is a 2-target fight primarily. So they're able to just keep up their damage on the 2 targets and just kind of pop off there. Survival Hunters performing really well. Chimeron, single target fight. It looks like actually Warlock Demonology is the king of single target damage here, and then Unholy DK and Survival right there in the top 10. Looking really good on the pure single target fights. And then Warriors and Fire Mages showing out on these fights where it's single target a little bit, and then there's some ads that pop off, so you have big chances to do burst damage to the ads, which is where Recklessness and Combustion, you'll see them start to shine here. And then surprisingly, Demonology Warlocks still holding their own in these raids, which is just incredible. Nefarian's End, surprisingly, we have some Shadow Priests and some Retribution Paladins starting to pop off here on the Nefarian fights. This one I feel like can go either way, because Nefarian, you know, it has a single ad phase, and then it has a phase where you're just doing damage to the dragons, but they're separate. So I'm not really sure. Maybe Ret is just able to keep its sustained damage up really high. I wonder what makes Ret Paladin so good on the Nefarian fight. Take a look here. Maybe because they're able to... They have more ranged attacks than the other melees, so they're able to do damage to the target that they're hitting in phase 2, as well as the dragon that's flying in the air. They're able to put some damage onto Nefarian. That could be it. I could see that working. Hunter's probably be able to do sustained damage because they're able to do damage to Nefarian while he's in the air in phase 2. That makes sense. But these other classes also able to kind of hold their own on Nefarian's Inn, which is primarily a single target fight. Halfus Wormbreaker is certainly interesting because this fight starts off as like...
Haven't seen one enhancement shaman, sadly.
a 10 to 15 target fight, and then it ends up boiling down to a 3 to 2 and then a single target fight in the end. So mages, if you're able to do a massive amount of damage off the start, and then you're able to kill all the rest of the bosses pretty quickly, I think mage has a good chance of being top damage. Whereas if it's a longer fight sustained, you see the mage fights are a bit shorter, except for this one. This one is 253, and Peacemaker is still able to be top damage. So yeah, I imagine that if the mage fights are a bit longer, they might have a tough time keeping up with the rogues, but mages and rogues will be top damage on Halphys. And then Thoralion and Valiona, a 2-target fight primarily. Look at Chanimal right here in the top 8.
Hey, there's Banjo, dude. Banjo's out.
For Affliction Warlocks, he's able to spread his dots on both dragons. Looks like Ellie maybe is able to chain lightning both of the dragons, and then DKs may be able to spread their dots to both. And then, of course, Shadow Priest as well. The Ascendant Council, wow, all unholy DKs. That's incredible. That's insane. That's a lot of damage on the 2 targets. And I guess the DKs are just able to sustain and just keep dealing the high DPS for a long period of time, because it's quite a longer fight, 4 to 5 minute fight there. Now, Cho'Gall is going to be Fire Mage only, looking around the 7, 8, and 9 minute mark for some of these fights, and Fire Mage is able to just do a ton of sustained damage to those oozes when they spawn. And then Sinestra being mainly single target with some AoE, and it's just a mixture of mage, survival hunter, and a shadow priest actually in the top. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the top trinkets for each class, what people are using. Looks like for mage, the top trinkets for mage are going to be the Darkmoon card Volcano and the Stump of Time for most mages right now. The essence of the Cyclone is Survivor Hunter Biss with the Unsolvable Riddle coming in second for most of them. And then the alternate would be the Key to the Endless Chamber, which is just a heroic trinket. Now, trinkets are a big part of your damage in retail, and Cataclysm is one of the first expansions where I feel like, yeah, the trinkets play a very large role in your damage, and having the meta trinkets is very important if you're going to try to compete for top damage. Looks like the Warlocks are using Soul Casket and Darkmoon card Volcano, so Volcano again showing up that for casters. Even on the Ellie Shamans, same thing, Volcano and Stump of Time being the best for them. Now, Unholy DKs, it looks like Unholy DKs are just using a plethora of trinkets here. We have the Impatience of the
Yeah, they can
Youth,
just use whatever.
and the License to Slay doing well there. I see another License to Slay with a Heart of Solace. Do a lot of damage with any second board as we scroll down. And it even looks like there's a Boomkin on how people are scaling with gear. We'll take a look at the 95th percentile, and we'll compare this chart next week to the chart as it is today, and we'll see if people start rising to the top. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit subscribe. I'll be doing a breakdown every single week where we compare the top DPS, and you can check me out on twitch.tv/Shardako.
The Maelstrom Weapon Rune is something we acquired last time I played on my Shaman in Season of Discovery, and today we will take this rune to the test as we continue the grind towards level 40. Okay. Wait, right there, that's the thing. Let's get a farmer shovel, got some flint and tin. Look at that fucking damage! Oh! We love to see it! Damn! Dude, it's like so nutty. I feel like this is really good though, man. The things I'm using right now, like Wind Fear main hand, Rock Biter offhand, and then we just like send it with Lava Burst every time we get it up, right? That seems to be really good. I mean, it seems to be working really well, honestly. I'm pretty happy about that. But I'm just...
Yeah, dude, I'm actually feeling a sod shaman. Time I get it up, it's probably gonna get nerfed, but I don't care. I know it's strong right now, so. No. No. I don't know why my Spotify's or my Streamlabs is seeming like laggy and shit. Damn it. Need a website. Horde? Oh wow, on Crusader Strike? That's crazy. Lone Wolf is getting pretty balanced, huh? It's PvP. My instinct was to go to Lone Wolf, but I kind of wanted to do the RP PvP one, but that's the one I'm already on. I can't do another shaman there, and this one's locked. Okay, Chaos Bolt 21. Wait, 21 people? That's it. So I have to go on a PvP server. Or normal. Wow, growth is like 70% alliance. I can't go on that realm because of population imbalance as a fucking shaman. What? So dumb, dude. It's the same thing here, dude. Holy shit. They just don't want people playing their game. That's so lame, dude. So I literally have to go to a AU server or a fucking normal server. That makes me not even want to play it. Dude, how's everybody got my name now, dude? Oops, wrong button. Come on, dude, why are you doing that? Goes back to the beginning. Oh, come on, what the fuck, dude? I'll do it like this then, dude. There he is, then. Gotta change those keybinds again.
The vicious trolls that populate the numerous jungle isles of the South Sea.
This fucking add-on, dude. I need to uninstall it.
Cruelty and dark mysticism. Barbarous and superstitious, they carry a seething hatred for all other races. Long since exiled from its ancestral homeland in Stranglethorn Vale, the Darkspear tribe was nearly destroyed by rampaging Murlocs. Rescued by the young war chief Thrall and his Orcish warriors, the Darkspear tribe swore allegiance to the Horde. Led by the cunning shadow hunter Vol'jin, the Darkspears now make their home in Durotar, along with their Orcish allies. As one of the only surviving Darkspears, it falls to you to reclaim the glory of your tribe.
Add-ons, puke add-ons all over the screen. Let's just disable all and then do the only ones that matter. And I forgot the most important one, Trade Skill Master. Awesome.
Finally, you are of age, adventurer, of age to battle in the name of the Horde, to conquer for the glory of the War Chief. Yes, you will do nicely. No doubt you wish to find a great dragon or demon and strangle it with your bare hands. But perhaps it would be wise to start on something less dangerous. Report to Gornek. He should be able to assign a task better suited to a young adventurer. You will find Gornek in the den to the west. Be safe.
Yeah, I get all my shit set. Okay. I thought the volume was really low.
Of course, man. I got a shrunken head. I just came out of the pool.
Ooh, experience gains increased by 150%. Nice.
Look, the Valley of Trials will temper even the weakest into a warrior worthy to join the Horde. Those who cannot rise to its tests will be left to bake in the scorching desert sun.
Another one of Kaltunk's recruits, A sorry state of affairs we find ourselves in if this is the best the Horde can produce. No matter. By the time we think you're ready to leave the valley, you'll be a proud adventurer of the Horde.
The first order of business will be to put a little strength in your backbone. I could send you out to the Barrens to hunt Kodo, but well, in all honesty, you're more useful to us alive than dead. I believe you would find a good match with the mottled boars you'll find to the north of here.
I be feeling you. No way. Big thanks.
Let's see. We got yes, no, thank you, you're welcome. I don't have a you're welcome yet.
No problem.
Okay. Yes, no, thank you, you're welcome. Hi.
Hey there.
Bye.
Catch you later.
What else? Dance around 8. Well, there.
You look pretty. Pretty tasty.
Go forth to victory.
LOL. Silly, you gotta have silly on there to tell jokes.
I like my women dumpy and droopy with halitosis.
And then Gratz, we're gonna have Gratz. Where's that at?
Good job. They will speak of your exploits for generations.
Generations. And then I need some for like actually playing the game, so we'll do follow. Oh no. Just follow. And then we'll do heal me, right?
Heal me. Cure me. For Zul'jin. Now we kill.
Gotta have that one on there too. Charge. That's a good one for the charge.
For Zul'jin. Now we kill. I be in a bad way. Cooking's done. Stew here. Fantastic. Smell you later. They will speak of your exploits for generations.
For generations. At full health, increase your casting and attack speed by 10% to 30%. And full health, the speed is increases 10% with a greater effect of 30% if you are badly hurt when you activate Berserking. Okay. Up to 30% if you're badly hurt when you activate Berserking, I see. That's kind of counterintuitive. I'm sure the ratio for Orc is better for Shaman, but I don't care, I gotta be a troll. Action bars. 2, 3, 4, 5. And we got text. Enable floating combat text. Loot, auto loot. Can't think of anything else right now. I guess that's it. Target, does that need to be enabled? No, that's good. Gotta rebind that. Toggle UI. Okay. It used to be. There we go. Oh yeah, my bars. Healing wave needs to go Alt D. No, I have that over here. Lightning bolt. Where do I want my lightning bolt? As an enhancement shaman. I don't like it on 3. Shit. Get that one on the way out.
I trust the Valley of Trials will teach you much, young adventurer. I was sent to the valley to guide you, but I have discovered a growing taint here. A group that calls itself the Burning Blade has a coven here in the Valley of Trials. They are skulking in a cave to the northeast, and their vile familiars have spilled from its mouth to cause havoc. As your first task against the Burning Blade, I bid you defeat these familiars, slay many, and if you survive, return to me.
Sure thing.
Strength. Look, the spirits have guided you to me. How may I be of service? Go with honor.
Oh shit, runes, dude. I forgot about runes, bro. Overload gives your lightning bolt, chain lightning, chain heal, healing wave, and lava burst spells a 50% chance to cast a second similar spell on the same target at no additional cost that causes half damage or healing and no threat. Nice. Find the stolen icon by slaying scorpions in the Valley of Trials. Learn its power and then report back.
Farewell.
Hello. You be watching yourself, adventurer. Respect our ways, or a curse be on you and yours.
Damn, dude. Alright, you got it, dude.
Hell no.
Sug. Not bad, adventurer. But don't let it get to your head. You'll fight tougher than boars in your career. Nonetheless, you've proven yourself well, and your next trial will be against a considerably more dangerous opponent. So you'll need some extra protection.
Powerful warrior and awkward novice alike have fallen to the venomous sting of the scorpid. You will find large numbers of scorpids northwest of here. Bring me 8 of their tails as proof of your prowess in battle. The antidote for their sting is actually made from venom extracted from their stingers. We keep large quantities of antidote for scorpid venom on hand to heal young bloods just like you. But I'm sure you won't be needing any of that, will you?
No.
While you were gone, a tablet came for you, adventurer. Read it when you have time. If I'm not mistaken, it came from the shaman trainer Shikrik. She would have words with you when you're ready.
What am I trying to do here? God, I'm having like a brain fart at the moment. I can't figure out how to do this. There it is.
For the Horde!
Glory to the Horde. As you probably know, the elements give us our power. Fire, earth, water, and air, these are our tools. Our strength comes from the spirits of our ancestors. We are the leaders of our people. Like Thrall is to the Horde, so shall we be to the villages and towns we visit. They will look to us for wisdom and protection. To be better prepared, you must train often. When you feel you've gained more power, come to me and I shall teach you what I can.
Okay. I need money, dude. Where can I get money, dude? Shit. Does nobody buy or sell stuff here, dude? Like... There we go. I just need 10 copper so I can, like, buy my skills, dude.
It sure gets hot out here in the Valley of Trials.
Bring you 10 apples, okay. Got it. Okay, there's 60 copper, gotcha. Let's see.
Go forth to victory.
I dig it. Amon.
What can I do for you? Go forth to victory.
You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Thank you.
Health regeneration rate increased by 10%. 10% of total health regeneration may continue in combat. Cool. Berserking needs to go on Alt-E. Rock Fighter weapon needs to go up over on this motherfucker right here. I don't even know where to put that at. I just want it on my bar, I think, because it lasts for only 5 minutes. Damn. I'll put it somewhere else then. Maybe. Maybe on Alt keys something.
Roll hall.
Use the foreman's blackjack on lazy peons when they're sleeping.
For the hole.
Remember this quest.
Cursed peons. They work hard gathering lumber from the trees of the valley, but they're always taking naps. I need someone to help keep the peons in line. You look like the right person for my task. Here, you take this blackjack and use it on any lazy peons you find sleeping on the job. A good smack will get them right back to work. Return the blackjack when you're done. Lousy slacking peons.
This one has to go on Alt-Q for quest item. Yep. Any peons, any cactus apples. Okay. And scorpions. So what does Rockbiter do? It imbues the shaman's weapon, increasing melee attack power by 3, and allowing melee attacks to cause additional threat when using that weapon. Oh, cool. Thought it was more damage. Just attack power. Thought it was like a proc or something. Something good. That's right, you can be a tank shaman then. That'd be a good way to level. Learn the new ability after receiving nature damage 10 times. Okay.
Busy. Leave me alone. Okie dokie.
Come on. Learn a new ability after receiving nature damage 10 times. Speaking of nature, It's calling. I'm pretty sure I can just heal myself and go pee. Will I make it? Will I make it? I did it! I was about to die. I made it just in time. My dog wants something. wanting cereal. And I didn't get nothing from my puppies. Because they didn't eat their food.
Me, not that kind of orc. I can do that.
Me, not that kind of orc. That didn't hold up well. Well. Yep. I was watching him play this earlier, dude, and this is basically the experience summed up.
As a former Hearthstone all-star and a now fresh Hearthstone newbie, I've been playing this aggro token paladin a little bit, and it's pretty fun. It's
Everything has infinite everything in Hearthstone, yep.
kind of different than some of the way ridiculously old Flood Paladins back in my day in 2017, when it was all about the Silver Hand Recruit. Ooh, hero powering, that's how it was done. But this list has a number of nice utility one-drops. I still adore the Righteous Protector as a card. A few ways to add extra flooding to the board with Muster for Battle. There's also the, where is it? Muster for Battle and Showdown to get these little extra swarms, or even in a weird roundabout way. Where's the guy? There it is. Pozek, Audio Engineer, add 2 3/3 bots. So we can give our opponent some 3/3s in a number of ways, but the synergy to make my opponent have stuff, then cast Prismatic Beam to kind of smash it all down. It's pretty sick. It's pretty nice. But I think the two cards that are really interesting in terms of just building power on the board is, one is Flash Sale, but way, way, way more importantly, Crusader Aura, I think is a ridiculously strong power card. And so being able to find it and fetch it with Hi-Ho Silverwing seems awesome. Being able to rebuff the board with our Titan Amethyst. And then some extra, cost reducers like Sea Giant, Ziliax. It took me a little bit to understand the deck because I didn't look at the deck list. I just started playing with it. And God, the way that Hearthstone plays right now is so alien to me in a number of ways. Like, so super, super, super alien to me.
Uther versus Illyria.
Because when I played, it was really about card value.
I will fight with honor.
I think I do chuck back Crusader Aura, and I think I chuck back Showdown. I think these are later cards. Yeah, it was so much about card value and things like that. Trying to get card draw, card advantage, things like this. Now it really seems like mana advantage.
They love a little fiddle.
Now, I don't know anything about the meta. I don't know what card is good or bad, or why, or for what reason I would make which thing over what.
Any problem?
So I have no idea what this is. Yeah, you know, Dark, it's kind of funny. I haven't played Arena since I started playing again. I'm just absolutely all in on standard, as I'm wont to do. Wow, this is kind of... This could potentially be a really awesome situation. I can just play Flash Sale. Do you get to keep your cards yet? In Arena, that is. Leok and a Huffer, I assume? Ah. Look at the fear. Look at the absolute fear that Villain has. How do I want to do this? Do I go for the greedier play? I think the answer is I always do that.
Poor dog.
Do I
Not getting
always?
any
Am I
treats.
the greediest boy of all time?
With a
I think
full
the
bowl
answer
of
is
food
yeah.
up there she didn't eat.
Reporting for duty.
Greed is good, last I checked. How do you feel about the new season of Hearthstone? I don't really have any opinion on it. Because I don't know what the seasons are like. This is like... I'm relatively low on cumulative hours played. Oh, Death Rattle? Alright. Whoa! Well, I believe I know what the maneuver is. Alright, so let's do like this. I think I want to do like this, actually. Chuck this out, too.
The battle!
Battle, to battle, to battle. Flash Sale is still going to be insanely good when we play it. Get some worms. Jesus. These value plays are insane to me in this game. Alright, so we should do this.
Reporting for duty.
And this. I don't know to what degree I should be aggressively clearing the board, but I'm just going to do that. Why not?
None can stand.
Agrimar. Equip 3/3 Taste Bud. Alright, oh, Tashalok. Alright, sure.
Defensive formation, champions.
Champion. What is this thing's abilities? Your opponent +2. After your hero attacks. Oh, give your weapon this? Oh, holy moly. Okay, so what do I wish to do? I think that this and +2/+2 should be enough.
Let me think.
Indeed.
What you think, huh?
I will not forsake.
Give them all +2/+2.
Open your minds to the light. Battle!
I mean, oh, I forgot that audio. Hello!
No one's going to believe this.
That guy is scary. I remember that turkey. Okay, so this is whenever someone moves more attack, all friendly means +1. Really? All right. So it takes 2 damage. Dude, Amethyst is so insane. Someone ran a beast that costs 3 or less? Okay. Okay, so... Set the attack and health of all enemy minions down. I think I actually want to do this. And then...
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I've won a game! Oh my god, I can't wait to see how many achievements I get. I get some gems, I got some scrolls. Win 4 games to earn your season card back. I still think that the way the ranking system works is it just shows you something, and then it randomly just shows you another image with a number and some amount of stars. Like, it showed like 3 empty stars, and it was like 9 stars. And I was like, I got 9 stars. Your homework will be graded on a scale of A to F. And they hand me my homework, and they're like, you got 900 stars. And I'm like, is that... is that like an A? I just don't know what to do with it. Potato Elemental says AI-generated ranks. Yes, it's Chat GPT. You might enjoy pouring some hot glue on your ranks should you want them to increase. So again, I think Showdown is a later card. I think. Chris Bells, what's the point of rank 9 if you go from 10 to 8? Yeah, I like really don't understand. Because the thing is that, like, for Ethernet says it's like they got some psychologists in to tell them exactly what mechanics to add to give a dopamine spike. You know, I would actually genuinely not believe that what just happened caused dopamine, because what it's causing is confusion. We're against Vengerus. And by the way, I'm not saying that there isn't an explanation. I'm saying that right now, the fact that I have no idea what's going on makes it challenging for me to get happy or sad or about it at all. Hey, this is the deck I want to play. It's an egg. So I'll be real. I don't really know what to do about this egg. So I'm just gonna summon all my stuff because back in my day, hunters just did not really have that much board clear. Since if you're a brand new player, you get 1 star for victory. Yeah, like for instance, if the statement is due to reason X, you get bonus stars. And so that's what's happening. To that, I would be like, sure, okay. Actually, so this gets me the holy spell, which would let me get the thing. I smell gold in there. I'm actually just gonna do this, I think, and chill. Make them attack me down. I think. I don't know. I would appreciate if it was clear. So, as an example, like there are games that I've played where you have like your MMR will decay, or you have like a bonus pool, and if you successfully win the thing, the game will say to you, "Hey, you got 25 points from winning the game, plus an additional 25 from your bonus pool." And I'm like, oh, okay. Start of your turn. Destroy them? Okay. Okay. Is this the shoot trap? Alright.
Get your own band. Fire and blood.
Nice. Get your own pants. That was gonna be good. Well, it's explained if you click on your rank and menu choosing your deck. Again, I'm not saying that there isn't an explanation that exists where I can go out and find it, either via someone explaining or via a menu or something like that. I am saying that in the moment of having that occur without any explanation, it's unclear to me, and so I provided the example of the bonus pool as a system that was being concrete with me. I think I actually really do want this thing up.
Get your own
Good, good. Maybe they'll think twice
So
before slanging their adventure.
Keep on panning. Wow, I mean this is just ridiculously potent. Because then I can showdown, they get 3 more dudes, and I can just clear the board.
What do you need? Go.
The time is now, young adventurer.
Why are there
You've grown
why?
strong
What?
and your spirit endures like the earth. Following the shaman's path shows you have
Why
wisdom
are there
before even
so many
proving
bananas?
yourself.
So.
God, it lasts another turn. It's insane. This is great. Seems amazing.
Greetings. Strength.
Why do I have so many of these things? I might have had lethal, I wasn't quite paying attention, but I didn't think I did since these are all rush and not charge. Mr. Move Well, I has to pop this, but it won't do anything. Okay.
That's so cool.
5, 6, 7, 8, and 6. So I mean, we're already dealing a bunch. This is +2, +1. I mean, this is the most insane ability ever.
My hand is too full.
Okay, so I now need to figure out. We're gonna do some deducing.
I smell gold in their waters. Fire!
So I'm doing this first. Yeah! I don't know what the secrets of this game are. I don't know. Maybe we gave the Hunter Ice Block. Woo! See, look at this. 2 out of 5 wins. Makes total sense. This is what it says. It's just a new thing. Heck yeah. This is the game. Hunters be damned.
Uther versus the Lich King.
You could not stop me then. You will not stop me now.
Okay.
I will fight with honor.
I think I might keep Flash Sale. This seems like a good early game card. We're up against the Death Knight. I still haven't played Death Knight. I'm gonna try to play Death Knight today. Dude, this is actually such an insane run out if we get it. Oh my god. Oh. Corpses. Okay. So, I should probably hit the end turn button. May as well. May as well. We might be able to get an insanely early Frost Giant. I think that this is the play right now, especially because I can get to 7 creatures super fast. Dude, I've been hearing about this Plague Death Knight, and that sounds so sweet. What is this creature? I'm sorry, huh? Sorry, excuse me, what?
For justice.
Oh my god, this is the scariest creature ever. Okay, wait. I don't know if this is wrong, but I'm gonna go for value. Greed is always good. This is an insane card.
Blood and thunder.
Where is this guy? Battlecry, deal 2 damage. Finale to all enemies. This used to be a 4 mana spell in Paladin. This just like comes with a body.
The citadel stands strong.
All right. Okay, so
for the horde.
Indeed.
Sure thing.
yeah, I'm doing this. Hitting him for 1, no problem. J Shadow H says Death Knight has a consecration that draws a card. What? All right. There's no way there's a sweeper.
We only need
Destroy a plague in your opponent's deck. Deal 3 damage to all enemies. What are these like psychotically strong cards that exist in this game? All right, well, this is the game.
problem.
Okay. Helpful Frost Plague. I mean, I could have snake oiled Frost Plague, but still. Deal 3 damage, shove 2 random plagues into your opponent's deck. What? I mean, I think we still have the Mustard Sea Giant play. Alright.
Go for it.
Alright. Alright, I'm just gonna chuck this. Okay.
For justice.
I don't know. Is clearing the board a dumb thing to do? Is clearing the board a dumb bad move? Am I dumb bad for being a board clearing baby? I don't know if I'm dumb bad, but you know, I sometimes feel that way. Dude, I'm never gonna remember this T. I'm never gonna remember this. Hold on. I never remember this.
My pain doesn't compare to your plague.
All right, timer. I'm not gonna forget. I'm not gonna forget. I'm gonna set it for 6 minutes. I don't have any units anymore. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Close.
For justice.
Beta ores. Alright. my turn. Anything good happening? Anything good happening for me? I'm feeling awfully low on health these days. They're also low on cards.
Wait for it.
For justice. Give that minion a turn. Give that minion a turn to get ready.
These don't have rush? What? Are you kidding me? Oh, give yours rush. So they just had one. Well, this is bad. All right. Well, I'm just changing my mind all over the place now. Now I actually just might die on this turn. All right. I think I need to be going to my opponent's face more in this. Plagues have really slowed me down a lot. Dude, this sea giant is languishing in my hand the entire time. Yeah, dude, did I just literally die? I can't actually tell if this deck is a control-y one or an aggro one. It's unclear.
You now take mandible.
So, I mean, I'm probably dead if I just get hit by this plague thing. Is there any way to just get him? Leroy Jenkins, take 2 damage, they summon a thing. Take 2 damage, killed by a thing. This is a weird style of deck. Like, I'm not used to playing against things like this. Can't lose stars at this rank. Hell yeah. Alright, how much longer till my tea is done? Okay, wait, no, oh! Oh! We're getting tea! We're getting tea. It's happening.
I will fight with honor.
I think that this is good to keep, I think. I'm gonna hang on to the wing now, it seems good. But I think that it might have been wiser to get the Sea Giant out earlier. Dude, this music is so ridiculous. The end of your turn, gain 2 armor and draw a card. Bop. 2 can play at that game. I mean, that is just, I mean, that's just a silly song. All right, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna absolutely boogie down. Keep on panning. I mean, probably a mustard. Probably mustard for battle. Nero's Birds is such a blast from the past. And Dana play Hearthstone again. It is fun to play this game. I'm not gonna lie. Let me see if we can handle it. What do we do? What to do? I mean, I think just... I mean, I'm sure we're gonna get brawled on. So let's see, there's... Brawl is the... New hero attacks, do some stuff. Alright. Alright. Have I been owned? I think I may have been owned. I think I'm gonna start getting milled. I think I have 10 cards, right? 9 cards. Alright. That is not a good one. Alright.
Hey, you! Install these for justice.
Job done.
We don't even need Zilliax. Card's underrated. Overrated. Card's bad. That's what I'm really trying to go for. Alright, oh, I just discovered that villain's name is Bio-Octopus. That's such a good ID. Alright. Alright, what's happening now? What now? Okay, can we just, like, suddenly voice them with a... Oh, this is Flash Sale. This isn't the other one.
Quite well, friend.
Let me think.
The light dims.
Blood and thunder.
My blood boils for war.
I actually have changed my mind midway through this. You hate to see it.
Go with honor.
Alright. Oh, yes! Wait, why are these over there? Oh, because they played them. Because they can do that. Okay, I see it, I see it, I see it, I see it.
Yellow Man, see ya later.
Look hard.
I realize now there's a combo of Showdown into Flash Sale. I didn't see this one initially when I looked at the list an hour ago for the first time. Seeing all cards I'd not seen before. Okay. All right. Wait. I think I see a play.
Let's swarm.
I think I see it. Okay, wait. We do this. Yeah.
Okay, I want to watch the video I was watching earlier with Kevin Spacey.
And I think it also is, it's an example of what
do you need?
Makes tragedy so difficult.
Strength.
I mean, you know, very often tragedy is people operating without enough information. They don't have all the facts. Romeo and Juliet, they don't have all the facts. They don't know what we know as an audience. And So in the end, whether Brad Pitt's character ends up shooting John Doe or turning the gun on himself, which was a discussion. I mean, there were a number of alternative endings that were discussed. Nothing ends up being tied up in a nice little bow. It is complicated and shows how nobody wins in the end when you're not operating with all the information.
When you say the words and mean them, what does mean them mean?
I've been very fortunate to be directed by Fincher a couple of times, and he would say to me sometimes, "I don't believe a thing that is coming out of your mouth. Shall we try it again?" And you go, "Okay, yeah, we can try it again." And sometimes he'll do take, and then you'll look to see if he has any added genius to hand you, and he just goes, "Let's do it again," and then let's do it again. And sometimes I say this in all humility, he's literally trying to beat the acting out of you. And by continually saying, "Do it again, do it again, do it again," and not giving you any specifics, he is systematically shredding you of all pretense, of all, because look, very often, actors, we come in on the set and we've thought about the scene and we've worked out, I've got this prop and I'm going to do this thing with a can, I'm gonna, all these things, the tea, I'm going to do a thing with the thing. And David is the kind of director where he just wants you to stop adding all that crap and just say the words and say them quickly and mean them. And it takes a while to get to that place. I'll tell you a story. This is a story I just love because it's in exactly the same wheelhouse. So Jack Lemmon's first movie was a film called It Should Happen to You, and it was directed by George Cukor. And Jack tells this story, and it was just an incredibly charming story to hear Jack tell.
He said, "So I'm doing this picture, and let me tell you, this is a terrific part for me. And I'm doing a scene. It's on my first day. It's my first day, and it's a terrific scene." And he goes, "We do the first take, and George Cukor comes up to me and he says, Jack," I said, "Yeah." He said, let's do another one, but just do a little less in this one." And Jack said, a little less than what I just did." He said, "Yeah, just a little less." So he goes, "We do another take," and I think, boy, that was it. I mean, let's just go home. And Cukor walked up to him and said, "Jack, let's do another one. This time just a little bit less." And Jack said, less than what I just did now?" He said, "Yeah, just a little bit less." He goes, "Oh, okay." So they did another take, and Cukor came up and he said, "Jack, just a little bit less." And Jack said, "A little less than what I just did?" He said, "Yes." He goes, "Well, if I do any less, I'm not going to be acting." And Cukor said, "Exactly, Jack, exactly."
I mean, I guess what you're saying is it's extremely difficult to get to the bottom of a little less. Because the power, if we just stick even on 7, of your performance is in the tiniest of subtleties. Like when you say, "Oh, you didn't know," and you turn your head a little bit. And a little bit like the little bit, maybe a glimmer of a smile appears in your face. That's subtlety. That's less. That's hard to get to, I suppose.
Yeah. And also because I so well remember
what you want.
I think the work that Brad did, and also Morgan did in that scene, but the work that Brad had to do, where he had to go. I remember rehearsing with him as we were all staying at this little hotel nearby that location, and we rehearsed the night before we started shooting that sequence. And it was just incredible to see the levels of emotions he had to go through, and then the decision of what do I do? Because if I do what he wants me to do, then he wins. But if I don't do it, then what kind of a man, husband am I? I just thought he did really incredible work. So it was also not easy to not react to the power of what he was throwing at me. I just thought it was an extraordinary, a really extraordinary scene.
So what's it like being in that scene? So it's you, Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman, and Brad Pitt is going over the top, just having a mental breakdown, and is weighing these extremely difficult moral choices, as you're saying. But he's like screaming and in pain and tormented, while you're very subtly smiling.
In terms of the writing and in terms of what the characters had to do, it was an incredible culmination of how this character could manipulate in the way that he did, and in the end succeed.
You mentioned Fincher likes to do a lot of takes. That's the famous thing about David Fincher. So what are the pros and cons of that? I think I read that he does some crazy amount. He averages 25 to 65 takes, and most directors do less than 10. So
yeah, sometimes it's timing. Sometimes it's literally he has a stopwatch and he's timing how long a scene is taking. And then he'll say, you need to take a minute off this scene. Like a minute? Yeah, a minute off this scene. I want it to move like this. So let's pick it up. Let's pick up the pace. Let's see if we can take a minute off.
why the speed? Why say it fast is the important thing for him, you think?
I think because Fincher hates indulgence. And he wants people to talk the way they do in life. Which is, we don't take big dramatic pauses.
Yeah, right.
Before we speak. We say what we want.
And I guess actors like the dramatic pauses and the indulge in the dramatic
They didn't
pauses.
always like the dramatic pauses. I mean, look, you go back, any student of acting, you go back to the 30s and 40s, 50s. The speed at which actors spoke. Not just in the comedies, which, of course, you look at any Preston Sturges movie and it's incredible how fast people are talking and how funny things are when they happen that fast. But then, acting styles changed. We got into a different kind of thing in the late 50s and 60s. And a lot of actors are feeling it, which is, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just that if you want to keep an audience engaged, as Fincher does, and I believe successfully does in all of his work, pace, timing, movement, clarity, speed are admirable to achieve.
And all of that, he wants the actor to be as natural as possible, to strip away all the bullshit of acting.
Yeah.
And become human.
Look, I've been lucky with other directors. Sam Mendes is similar. I remember when I walked in to maybe the first rehearsal for Richard III that we were doing, I had brought with me a canopy of ailments that my Richard was going to suffer from. And Sam, eventually whittled it down to like 3, like maybe your arm and maybe your thing and maybe your leg, but let's get rid of the other 10 things that you brought into the room, because I was so excited to capture this character. So very often Trevor Nunn is this way. A lot of wonderful directors I've worked with, they're really good at helping you trim and edit.
David Fincher said about you, he was talking in general, I think, but also specifically in the moment of House of Cards, said that you have exceptional skill both as an actor and as a performer, which he says are different things. So he defines the former as dramatization of a text and the latter as the seduction of an audience. Do you see wisdom in that distinction? And what does it take to do both? The dramatization of a text and the seduction of an audience.
Those are two very interesting descriptions. When I think performer, I tend to think entertaining. I tend to think comedy. I tend to think winning over an audience. I tend to think that there's something about that quality of wanting to have people enjoy themselves. And when you saddle that against what maybe he means as an actor, which is more dramatic or more text driven, more. Look, I've always believed that my job, not every actor feels this way, but my job, the way that I've looked at it, is that my job is to serve the writing.
Go with honor.
And that if I serve the writing, I will, in a sense, serve myself, because I'll be in the right world, I'll be in the right context, I'll be in the right style. I'll have embraced what a director's, it's not my painting, it's someone else's painting. I'm a series of colors in someone else's painting. And the barometer for me has always been that when people stop me and talk to me about a character I've played and reference their name as if they actually exist, that's when I feel like I've gotten close to doing my job.
Yeah, one of the challenges for me in this conversation is remembering that your name is Kevin, not Frank or John or any of these characters, because they live deeply in the psyche.
To me, that's the greatest compliment for me as an actor. I love being able to go. I mean, when I think about performers who inspire me, and I remember when I was young and I was introduced to Spencer Tracy, Henry Fonda, Katharine Hepburn, I believed who they were. I knew nothing about them. They were just these extraordinary characters doing this extraordinary stuff. And then I think more recently contemporary, when I think of the work that Philip Seymour Hoffman did and Heath Ledger and people that when I think about what they could be doing, what they could do, what they would have done had they stayed with us, I'm so excited when I go into a cinema or I go into a play and I completely am taken to some place that I believe exists and characters that become real.
And those characters become like lifelong companions. Like for me, they travel with you, and even if it's the darkest aspects of human nature, they're always there. It almost like I feel like I almost met them and gotten to know them and gotten to become like friends with them almost. Hannibal Lecter, whether it's or Forrest Gump.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like I'm like best friends with Forrest Gump. I know the guy, and I guess he's played by some guy named Tom, but like Forrest Gump is the guy I'm friends with.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that everybody feels like that when they're in the audience with great characters. They just kind of they become part of you in some way. The good, the bad, and the ugly of them.
One of the things that I feel that I try to do in my work is when I read something for the first time, when I read a script or play, and I am absolutely devastated by it. It is the most extraordinary, the most beautiful, the most life-affirming or terrifying. It's then a process, weirdly, of working backwards, because I want to work in such a way that that's the experience I give to the audience when they first see it, that they have the experience I had when I read it. I remember that there's been times in the creative process when something was pointed out to me or something was, I remember I was doing a play and I was having this really tough time with one of the last scenes in the play, and I just couldn't figure it out. I was in rehearsal And although we had a director in that play, I called a friend of mine who was also director, and I had him come over, and I said, look, this scene, I'm just having the toughest. I cannot seem to crack this scene. And so we read it through a couple of times. And then this wonderful director named John Swanbeck, who would eventually direct me in a film called The Big Kahuna. But this is before that. He said to me the most incredible thing. He just said, all right, what's the last line you have in this scene before you fall over and fall asleep? And I said, the last line is, that last drink, the old KO. And he went, okay, I want you to think about what that line actually means.
How are you?
And then work backwards.
Okay.
And so he left, and I sort of was left with this, what? Like, what does that mean? How am I supposed to? And then like a couple of days went by, and I thought, okay, so I said, what does that line actually mean? Well, that last drink, the old KO. KO is knockout, which is a boxing term. It's the only boxing term the writer uses in the play. And then I went back and I realized my friend was so smart and so incredible to have, said, ask a question you haven't thought of asking yet. I realized that the playwright wrote the last round, the 8th round between these two brothers, and it was a fight. Physical as well as emotional. And when I brought that into the rehearsal room to the director who was doing that play, he liked that idea, and we staged that scene as if it was the 8th round, although the audience would have known that. But just what I loved about that was that somebody said to me, ask yourself a question you haven't asked yourself yet. What does that line mean? And then work backwards.
What is that, like a catalyst for thinking deeply about what is magical about this play, this story, this narrative? That's what that is, like thinking backwards. That's what that does.
Yeah, but also because it's this incredible. Why didn't I think to ask that question myself? Yeah. That's what you have directors for. That's what you have. So many places where ideas can come from. But that just illustrates that even though in my brain I always like to work backwards. I missed it in that one, and I'm very grateful to my friend for having pushed me into being able to realize what that meant.
To ask the interesting question, I like the poetry and the humility of I'm just a series of colors in someone else's painting. That was a good line. That said, you talked about improvisation. You said that it's all about the ability to do it again and again and again and yet never make it the same. And you also just said that you're trying to stay true to the text. So where's the room for the improvisation, that it's never the same?
Well, there's two slightly different contexts, I think. One is in the rehearsal room. Improvisation could be a wonderful device. I mean, Sam Mendes, for example, will start. He'll start a scene, and he does this wonderful thing. He brings rugs and he brings chairs, sofas in, and he says, "Well, let's put 2 chairs here and here. You guys, let's start in these chairs far apart from each other. Let's see what happens with the scene if you're that far apart." And so we'll do the scene that way. And then he goes, "Okay, let's bring a rug in, and let's bring these chairs much closer, and let's see what happens if the space between you." And so then you try it that way. Then it's a little harder in Shakespeare to improv. But in any situation where you want to try and see where could a scene go? Where would the scene go if I didn't make that choice? Where would the scene go if I made this choice? Where would the scene go if I didn't say that or I said something else? So that's how improv can be a valuable process to learn about limits and boundaries. And what's going on with a character that somehow you discover in trying something that isn't on the page. Then there's the different thing, which is the trying to make it fresh and trying to make it new, and that is really a reference to theater. I'll put it to you this way. Anybody loves sports, right? So you go and you watch on a pitch, you watch on a tennis game, you watch basketball, you watch football. Yeah, the rules are the same, but it's a different game every time you're out on that court or on that field. It's no different in theater. Yes, it's the same lines, maybe even blocking is similar. But what's different is attack, intention, how you are growing in a role and watching your fellow actors grow in theirs, and how every night it's a new audience and they're reacting differently. And you literally, where you can go from week 1 of performances in a play to week 12 is extraordinary. And the difference between theater and film is that no matter how good someone might think you are in a movie, you'll never be any better. It's frozen. Whereas I can be better tomorrow night than I was tonight. I can be better in a week than I was tonight. It is a living, breathing, shifting, changing, growing thing every single day.
But also in theater, there's no safety net. You fuck it up, everybody gets to see you do that.
And if you start giggling on stage, everyone gets to see you do that too, which I am very guilty of.
I mean, there is something of a seduction of an audience in theater even more intense than there is when you're talking about film. I got a chance to watch the documentary Now in the Wings on a World Stage, which is behind the scenes of, you mentioned you teaming up with Sam Mendes in 2011 to stage Richard III, played by William Shakespeare. I was also surprised to learn you haven't really done much Shakespeare, or at least you said that in the in the movie. But there's a lot of interesting behind the scenes stuff there. First of all, the camaraderie of everybody, how like the bond theater creates, especially when you're traveling. But another interesting thing you mentioned with the chairs and then is trying different stuff. It seemed like everybody was really open to trying stuff, embarrassing themselves, taking risks, all of that. I suppose that's part of acting in general, but theater is special. Just take risks. It's okay to embarrass the shit out of yourself, including the director.
And it's also because you become a family. You know, it's unlike a movie where, you know, I might have a scene with so-and-so on this day and then another scene with them in a week and a half, and then that's the only scenes we have in the whole movie together. Every single day, when you show up in the rehearsal room, it's the whole company. You're all up for it every day. You're learning, you're growing, you're trying, and there is an incredible trust that happens. And I was, of course, fortunate that some of the things I learned and observed about being a part of that family, being included in that family, and being a part of creating that family, I was able to observe from people like Jack Lemmon, who led many companies that I was fortunate to work in and be a part of.
There's also a sad moment where at the end everybody is really sad to say goodbye, because you do form a family and then it's over. And I guess somebody said that that's just part of theater. It's like, I mean, there's a kind of assumed goodbye and that this is it.
Yeah, and also there are some times when, like 6 months later, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and I'll go, that's how to play that scene.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I just finally figured it out.
So maybe you can speak a little bit more to that. What's the difference between film acting and live theater acting?
I don't really think there is any. I think there's just, you eventually learn about yourself on film. When I first did like my first episode of The Equalizer, you know, it's horrible. It's just so bad. But I didn't know about myself. So slowly you begin to learn about yourself. But I think good acting is good acting. And I think that you know, if a camera's right here, you know that your front row is also your back row. You just don't have to do so much. There is, in theater, a particular kind of energy, almost like an athlete, that you have to have vocally to be able to get up 7 performances a week and never lose your voice and always be there and always be alive and always be doing the best work you can. But you just don't require it. You don't have to have the same. It just doesn't require the same kind of stamina that doing a play does.
It just feels like also in theater, you have to become the character more intensely because you can't take a break. You can't take a bathroom break. You're like on stage. This is you.
Yeah, but you have no idea what's going on stage with the actors. I mean, I have literally laughed through speeches that I had to give because my fellow actors were putting carrots up their nose, broccoli in their ears, doing whatever they were doing to make me laugh.
So they're just having fun.
They're having the time of their life. And by the way, Judi Dench is the worst giggler of all.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to bring the curtain down on her and Maggie Smith because they were laughing so hard they could not continue the play.
So even when you're doing like a dramatic monologue, they're still fucking with you.
There's stuff.
Okay, that's great. That's good to know. You also said, interesting line, that improvisation helps you learn about the character. Can you explain that? So like through maybe playing with the different ways of saying the words, or the different ways to bring the words to life, you get to learn about yourself, about the character you're playing.
It can be helpful. But improv is, I'm such a big believer in the writing and in serving the writing and doing the words the writer wrote. That improv for me, unless you're just doing like comedy, I mean, I love improv. In comedy, it's brilliant. So much fun to watch people just come up with something right there. But that's where you're looking for laughs, and you're specifically in a little scene that's being created. But I think improv has had value. But I have not experienced it as much in doing plays as I have sometimes in doing film, where you'll start off rehearsing, and a director may say, "Let's just go off book and see what happens." And I've had moments in film where someone went off book, and it was terrifying. There was a scene I had in Glengarry Glen Ross where the character I play has fucked something up. It's just screwed something up, and Pacino is livid. And so we had this scene where Al is walking like this, and the camera is moving with him, and he is shooing me a new asshole. And in the middle of the take, Al starts talking about me. Oh, Kevin, you don't think we know how you got this job? You don't think we know whose dick you've been sucking on to get this part in this movie? And I'm literally like, I don't know what the hell is happening, but I'm reacting. We got to the end of that take. Al walked up to me and he went, "Oh, that was so good. Oh my God, that was so good. Just so you know, the sound, I asked them not to record. So you have no dialogue, so it's just me. Oh, that was so good. You look like a car wreck."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah." And it was actually an incredibly generous thing that he gave me so that I would react.
Oh, wow. Did they use that shot? Because
That's
you
the
were
take.
shot.
It was my close-up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, that's the take.
That was an intense interaction. I mean, what was it like? If we can just linger on that, just that intense scene with Al Pacino.
Well, he's the reason I got the movie. A lot of people might think because Jack was in the film that he had something to do with it, but actually I was doing a play called Lost in Yonkers on Broadway. And we had the same dresser who'd worked with him, a girl named Laura Beatty. And she told Al that he should come and see this play because she wanted to see me in this play. I was playing this gangster. It was fun part. So I didn't know Pacino came on some night and saw this play. And then like 3 days later, I got a call to come in and audition for this Glengarry Glen Ross, which of course I knew as a play, David Mamet's play. And then I auditioned. Jamie Foley was the director, who would eventually direct a bunch of House of Cards. Wonderful, wonderful guy. And I got the part. Well, I didn't quite get the part. They were going to bring together the actors that they thought they were going to give the parts to on a Saturday at Al's office. And they asked me if I would come and do a read-through. And I said, who's going to be there? And they said, well, so-and-so and so-and-so and so. And then Jack Lemmon is flying in. And I said, don't tell Mr. Lemmon that I'm doing a read-through. Is that possible? And they were like, sure. So I'll never forget this. Jack was sitting in a chair in Pacino's office doing the New York Times crossword puzzle as he did every day. Like this. And I walked in the door and he went, oh, Jesus Christ. Is it possible you could get a job without me? Jesus Christ. I'm so tired of holding up your end of it. Oh, my God. Jesus. So I got the job because of Pacino. And it, you know, it was really one of the first major roles that I ever had in a film. And, you know, to be working with that group.
Yeah, that's like one of the greatest ensemble casts ever. We got Al Pacino, Jack Lemmon, Alec Baldwin, Alan Arkin, Ed Harris, you, Jonathan Pryce. It's just incredible. And I have to say, I mean, maybe you can comment. You've talked about how much of a mentor and a friend Jack Lemmon has been. That's one of his greatest performances ever.
Ever.
You have a scene at the end of the movie with him that was really powerful. Like firing on all cylinders. You're playing disdain to perfection, and he's playing desperation to perfection. What a scene. What was that like? Just like at the top of your game, the two of you.
Well, by that time, we had done Long Day's Journey Tonight in the theater. We'd done a mini-series called The Murder of Mary Fagan on NBC. We'd done a film called Dad that Gary David Goldberg directed with Ted Danson. So this was the fourth time we were working together, and we knew each other. He'd become my father figure. And I don't know if you know that I originally met Jack Lemmon when I was very, very young. He was doing a production at the Marte Perform of a Sean O'Casey play called Juno and the Paycock with Walter Matthau and Maureen Stapleton. And on a Saturday in December of 1974, my junior high school drama class went to a workshop. It was called How to Audition. And we did this workshop. Many schools in Southern California were part of this Drama Teachers Association. So we got these incredible experiences of being able to go see professional productions and be involved in these workshops or festivals. So I had to get up and do a monologue in front of Mr. Lemmon when I was 13 years old. And he walked up to me at the end of that, and he put his hand on my shoulder, and he said, that was just terrific. He said, no, everything I've been talking about, you just did. Yeah, what's your name? I said, Kevin. He said, well, let me tell you something. When you get finished with high school, as I'm sure you're going to go on and do theater, you should go to New York and you should study to be an actor because this is what you're meant to do with your life. And he was like an idol. And 12 years later, I read in the New York Times that he was coming to Broadway to do this production of A Long Day's Journey Tonight, a year and some months after I read this article. And I was like, I'm going to play Jamie in that production. And I then, with a lot of opposition, because the cast and director didn't want to see me, they said that the director, Jonathan Miller, wanted movie actors to play the two sons. And ultimately, I found out that Jonathan Miller, the director, was coming to New York to do a series of lectures at Alice Tully Hall. And I went to try to figure out how I could maybe meet him. And I was sitting in that theater listening to this incredible lecture he was doing. And sitting next to me was an elderly woman I mean, elderly, 80 something, and she was asleep. But sticking out of her handbag, which was on the floor, was a invitation to a cocktail reception in honor of Dr. Jonathan Miller. And so I thought, you know, she's tired. She's probably going to go home. So I took that and walked into this cocktail reception and ultimately went over to Dr. Miller, who was incredibly kind, and said, sit down. I'm always very curious what brings young people to my lectures. And I said to him, Eugene O'Neill brought me here. And he was like, what? I've always wanted to meet him. Where is he? And I told him that I'd been trying for 7 months to get an audition for A Long Day's Journey, and that his American casting directors were telling my agents that he wanted big American movie stars. And at that moment, he turned and he saw one of those casting directors who was there that night. So I knew he was going to be in New York starting auditions that week. And she was staring daggers at me, and he just got it. And he said, does someone have a pen? And he took the little paper and started writing. He said, listen, Kevin, there are many situations in which casting directors have a lot of say and a lot of power and a lot of leverage. And then there are other situations where they just take directors' messages. And on this one, they're taking my messages. This is where I'm staying. Make sure you people get to me. We start auditions on Thursday. And on Thursday, I had an opportunity to come in and audition for this play that I've been working on and preparing. And at the end of it, I did 4 scenes. At the end of it, he said to me that unless someone else came in and blew him against the wall like I had just done, as far as he was concerned, I pretty much had the part, but I couldn't tell my agents that yet because I had to come back and be with Mr. Lennon. And so 3 months later, in August of 1985, I found myself in a room with Jack Lemmon again at 890 Broadway, which is where they rehearsed a lot of the Broadway plays. And we did 4 scenes together, and I was toppling over him. I was pushing him. I was relentless. And I'll never forget at the end of that, Lemmon came over to me. He put his hand on my shoulder, and he said, that was your touch of terrific. I never thought we'd find the Rotten Kid, but he's it. Jesus Christ, what the hell was that? And I ended up spending the next year of my life with that man.
So it turns out he was right.
Yeah.
This world works in mysterious ways. It also speaks to the fact of the power of somebody you look up to giving words of encouragement. Because those can just reverberate through your whole life and just like make the path clear.
We used to joke that if every contract came with a Jack Lemmon clause, it would be a more beautiful world.
Beautifully said. Jack Lemmon is one of the greatest actors ever. What do you think makes him so damn good?
Wow. I think he truly set out in his life to accomplish what his father said to him on his deathbed. His father was dying. His father was, by the way, called the Donut King in Boston. And not in the entertainment business at all. He was literally owned a donut company. And when he was passing away, Jack said, the last thing my father said to me was, go out there and spread a little sunshine. And I truly think that's what Jack loved to do. I remember this, and I don't know if this is will answer your question, but I think it's revealing about what he's able to do and what he was able to do and how that ultimately influenced what I was able to do. Sam Mendes had never directed a film before American Beauty. And so what he did was he took the best elements of theater and applied them to the process. So we rehearsed it like a play in a soundstage where everything was laid out like it would be in a play, and this couch will be here. And he'd sent me a couple of tapes. He'd sent me 2 cassette tapes, one that he'd like to call pre-Lester, before he begins to move in a new direction, and then post-Lester. And they just were different songs. And then he said to me one day, and I always thought this was brilliant of Sam to use Lemon, knowing what Lemon meant to me. He said, when was the last time you watched The Apartment? And I said, I don't know. I mean, I love that movie so much. He goes, I want you to watch it again, and then let's talk. So I went and I watched the movie again. And we sat down, and Sam said, what Lemon does in that film is incredible. Because there is never a moment in the movie where we see him change. He just evolves. And he becomes the man he becomes because of the experiences that he has through the course of the film. But there's this remarkable consistency in who he becomes. And that's what I need you to do as Lester. I don't want the audience to ever see him change. I want him to evolve. And so we did first of all, it was just a great direction. And then second of all, we did some things that people don't know we did to aid that gradual shift of that man's character. First of all, I had to be in the best shape from the beginning of the movie because we didn't shoot it in sequence. So I was in this crazy shape. I had this wonderful trainer named Mike Torsha, who just was incredible. But so what we did was, in order to then show this gradual shift, was I had 3 different hair pieces. I had 3 different kinds of costumes of different colors and sizes. And I had different makeup. So in the beginning, I was wearing a kind of drab, dull, slightly, uninspired hairpiece. And my makeup was kind of gray and boring. And I was there were times when I was like too much like this, and Sam would go, Kevin, you look like Walter Matthau. Would you please stand up a little bit? We're sort of midway through at this point. And then at a certain point, the wig changed and it had little highlights in it, a little more color, a little more, the makeup became a little, the suits got a little tighter. And then finally, a 3rd wig that was golden highlights and sunshine and rosy cheeks and tight fit. And these are what we call theatrical tricks. This is how an audience doesn't even know it's happening, but it is this gradual. And I just always felt that was such a brilliant way, because he knew what I felt about Jack. And when you watch The Apartment, it is extraordinary that he doesn't ever change. He just, so I'm, and in fact, I thanked Jack when I won the Oscar. And I did my thank you speech, and I walked off stage, and I remember I had to sit down for a moment because I didn't want to go to the press.
Mortality also permeates the film. It starts with acknowledging that death is on the way. And
he says, if I'd known I was going to live this.
You said you feared death at your lowest point. What was the lowest point?
It was November 1st of 2017, and then Thanksgiving Day of that same year.
So let's talk about it. Let's talk about this dark time. Let's talk about the sexual allegations against you that led to you being canceled by, the entire world for the last 7 years. I would like to personally understand the sins, the bad things you did, and the bad things you didn't do. So I also should say that the thing I hope to do here is to give respect to due process. Innocent until proven guilty, that the mass hysteria machine of the internet and clickbait journalism doesn't do. So here's what I understand. There were criminal and civil trials brought against you, including the one that started it all when Anthony Rapp sued you for $40 million. In these trials, you were acquitted, found not guilty, and not liable. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think that's really important, again, in terms of due process. And I read a lot, and I watched a lot in preparation for this on this point, including, of course, the recently detailed interviews you did with Dan Wooten and then Allison Pearson of The Telegraph. And those are all focused on this topic, and they go in detail where you respond in detail to many of the allegations. If people are interested in the details, they can listen to those. So based on that and everything I looked at, as I understand, you never prevented anyone from leaving if they wanted to, sort of in a sexual context, for example, by blocking the door. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
You always respected the explicit no from people, again, in the sexual context. Is that right?
That is correct.
You've never done anything sexual with an underage person, right?
Never.
And also, as is sometimes done in Hollywood, let me ask this. You've never explicitly offered to exchange sexual favors for career advancement, correct?
Correct.
In terms of bad behavior, what did you do? What was the worst of it? And how often did you do it?
I have heard, and now, quite often, that everybody has a Kevin Spacey story. And what that tells me is that I hit on a lot of guys.
How often did you cross the line, and what does that mean to you?
I did a lot of horsing around. I did a lot of things that at the time I thought were sort of playful and fun, and I have learned since were not. And I have had to recognize that I crossed some boundaries, and I did some things that were wrong, and I made some mistakes, and that's in my past. I mean, I've been working so hard over these last 7 years to have the conversations I needed to have, to listen to people, to understand things from a different perspective than the one that I had, and to say, I will never behave that way again for the rest of my life.
Just to clarify, I think you're often too pushy with the flirting. And that manifests itself in multiple ways. But just to make clear, you never prevented anyone from leaving if they wanted to. You always took the explicit no from people as an answer. No, stop. You took that for the answer. You've never done anything sexual with an underage person. And you've never explicitly offered to exchange sexual favors for career advancement. These are some of the sort of accusations that have been made, and in the court of law, multiple times have been shown not to be true.
But I have had a sexual life, and I've fallen in love, and I've been so admiring of people that I mean, I'm so romantic. I'm such a romantic person that there's this whole side of me that hasn't been talked about, isn't being discussed, but that's who I know. That's the person I know. It's been very upsetting to hear that some people have said, I mean, I don't have a violent bone in my body, but to hear people describe things as having been very aggressive is incredibly difficult for me. And I'm deeply sorry that I ever offended anyone or hurt anyone in any way. It is crushing to me, and I have to work very hard to show and to prove that I have learned, I got the memo, and I will never, ever, ever behave in those ways again.
From everything I've seen in public interactions with you, people love you. Colleagues love you, coworkers love you. There's a flirtatiousness. Another word for that is chemistry. There's a chemistry between the people you work with.
And by the way, not to take anything away from my accountability for things I did where I got it wrong, I crossed the line, I pushed some boundaries, I accept all of that. But I live in an industry in which flirtation, attraction, people meeting in the workspace and ending up marrying each other and having children, and so it is a space and a place where these notions of family, these notions of attraction, these notions of it's always complicated if you meet someone in the workspace and find yourselves attracted to each other. You have to be mindful of that, and you have to be very mindful that you don't ever want anyone to feel that their job is in jeopardy, or you would punish them in some way if they no longer wanted to be with you. So those are important things to just acknowledge.
Another complexity to this, as I've seen, is that there's just a huge number of actors that look up to you. A huge number of people in the industry that look up to you. So just, and love you. I've seen just from this documentary, just a lot of people just love being around you, learning from you what it means to create great theater, great film, great stories. And so that adds to the complexity. I wouldn't say it's a power dynamic like a boss-employee relationship. It's a admiration dynamic that is easy to miss and easy to take advantage of. Is that something you understand?
Yes. And I also understand that there are people who met me and spent a very brief period of time with me, but presumed I was now going to be their mentor, and then behaved in a way that I was unaware of, that they were either participating or flirting along or encouraging me without me having any idea that at the end of the day, they were expecting something. These are about relationships. These are about two people. These are about people making decisions, people making choices, and I accept my accountability in that. But there are a number of things that I've been accused of that just simply did not happen. And I can't say, and I don't think it would be right for me to say, well, I everything that's ever been I've been accused of is true, because we've now proved that it isn't and it wasn't. But I'm perfectly willing to accept that I had behaviors that were wrong and that I shouldn't have done. And I am regretful for.
I think that also speaks to dark side of fame. The sense I got is that there are some people, potentially a lot of people, trying to make friends with you in order to get roles, in order to advance their career. So not you using them, but they trying to use you. What's that like? How do you know if somebody likes you, for Kevin, or likes you for, like you said you're a romantic. You see a person, and you're like, I like this person, and they seem to like you. How do you know if they like you for you?
Well, to some degree, I would say that I have been able to trust my instincts on that, and that I've most of the time been right. But obviously in the last number of years, not just with people who've accused me, but just also people in my own industry, to realize that, oh, I thought we had a friendship, but I guess that was about an inch thick and not what I thought it was. But look, one shouldn't be surprised by that. I have to also say, you said a little while ago that the world had canceled me, and I have to disagree with you. I have to disagree because for 7 years, I've been stopped by people. Sometimes every day, sometimes multiple times a day. And the conversations that I have with people, the generosity that they share, the kindness that they show, and how much they want to know when I'm getting back to work, tells me that while there may be a very loud minority, there is a quieter majority.
In the industry, have you been betrayed in life? And how do you not let that make you cynical?
I think betrayal is a really interesting word. But I think if you're going to be betrayed, it has to be by those who truly know you. And I can tell you that I have not been betrayed.
That's a beautiful way to put it. For the times you cross the line, do you take responsibility for the wrongs you've done?
Yes.
Are you sorry to the people you may have hurt?
Yes.
Emotionally?
Yes.
Be careful, man.
And I have spoken to many of them.
Privately?
Privately, which is where amends should be made.
Were they able to start finding forgiveness?
Absolutely. Some of the most moving conversations that I have had when I was determined to take accountability have been those people who said, thank you so much, and I think I can forgive you now.
If you got a chance to talk to the Kevin Spacey of 30 to 40 years ago, what would you tell him to change about his ways? And how would you do it? What would be your approach? Would you be nice about it? Would you smack him around?
I think if I were to go back that far, I probably would have found a way to not have been as concerned about my revealing my sexuality and hiding that for as long as I did. I think that had a lot to do with confusion and a lot to do with mistrust, both my own and other people's.
For most of your life, you were not open with the public about being gay. What was the hardest thing about keeping who you love a secret?
That I didn't find the right moment of celebration to be able to share that.
That must be a thing that weighs on you, to not be able to fully celebrate your love.
You know, Ian McKellen said after he was 49 when he came out. 27 years he'd been a professional actor, being in the closet. And he said he felt it was like he was living a part of his life not being truthful. And that he felt that it affected his work when he did come out, because he no longer felt like he had anything to hide. And I absolutely believe that that is what my experience has been and will continue to be. I am sorry about the way I came out, but Evan and I had already had the conversation. I had already decided to come out, and so it wasn't like, oh, I was forced to come out, but it was something I decided to do. And by the way, much against Evan's advice, I came out in that statement, and he wishes that I had not done so.
Yeah, you made a statement when the initial accusation happened. It could be up there as one of the worst social media posts of all time. So it's like 2 for 1.
Don't hold back now. Come on, really tell me how you feel.
The first part, you kind of implicitly admitted to doing something bad, which was later shown and proved completely to never have happened. It was a lie.
No, I basically said that I didn't remember what this person was, that Anthony Rapp was claiming from 31 years before. I had no memory of it, but if it had happened, if this embarrassing moment had happened, then I would owe him an apology. That was what I said. And then I said, and while I'm at it, I think I'll come out. And, you know, it was definitely not the greatest coming out party ever. I will admit that.
From the public perception, the first part of that, so first of all, the second part is a horrible way to come out. Yes, we all agree. And then the first part, from the public viewpoint, they see guilt in that, which also is tragic, because at least that particular accusation, and it's a very dramatic one, it's a $40 million lawsuit, it's a big deal, and an underage person was shown to be false.
Well, but you're melding two things together. The lawsuit didn't happen until 2020, and then it didn't get to court until 2022. We're back in 2017 when it was just an accusation he made in BuzzFeed magazine. Look, I was backed into a corner. When someone says, you were so drunk you won't remember this thing happened, what's your first instinct? Is your first instinct to say this person's a liar? Or is your first instinct to go, what? I was, what? 31 years before, at a party I don't even remember throwing? Obviously, a lot of investigation happened after that, in which we were then able to prove in that court case that it had never occurred. But at the moment, I was sort of being told I couldn't push back. You have to be kind. You can't. I think, even to me now, none of it sounds right. But I don't know that I could have said anything that would have been satisfactory to anybody.
Okay. Well, there's a almost convincing explanation for the worst social media post of all time. I almost accept it.
I'm really surprised. I guess you haven't read a lot of media posts, because I can't believe that's the actual worst one.
It's beautifully bad is how bad that social media post is. As you mentioned, Liam Neeson and Sharon Stone came out in support of you recently, speaking to your character. A lot of people who know you, and some of whom I know, who have worked with you privately, show support for you, but are afraid to speak up publicly. What do you make of that? I mean, to me personally, this just makes me sad, because perhaps that's the nature of the industry, that it's difficult to do that, but I just wish there would be a little bit more courage in the world.
I don't think it's about the industry. I think it's about our time. I think it's the time that we're in, and people are very afraid.
Just afraid, just a general
No,
fear
they're
permeates the
literally
public.
afraid that they're going to get canceled if they stand up for someone who has been. And I think we've seen this many times in history. This is not the first time it's happened.
So as you said, your darkest moment in 2017, when all of this went down, one of the things that happened is you were no longer on the House of Cards for the last season. Let's go to the beginning of that show.
Okay.
One of the greatest TV series of all time. A dark, fascinating character in Frank Underwood. A ruthless, cunning, borderline evil politician. What are some interesting aspects to the process you went through for becoming Frank Underwood? Maybe Richard III, there's a lot of elements there in your performance that maybe inspired that character.
Well,
is that fair or no?
I'll give you one very interesting, specific education that I got in doing Richard III and closing that show at BAM in March of 2012, and 2 months later started shooting House of Cards. There is something called direct address. In Shakespeare, you have Hamlet talks to the world. But when Shakespeare wrote Richard III, it was the first time he created something called direct address, which is the character looks directly at each person close by. It is a different kind of sharing than when a character is doing a monologue, an opening of Henry IV. And while there are some people who believe that direct address was invented in Ferris Bueller, it wasn't. It was Shakespeare who invented it. So I had just had this experience every night in theaters all over the world, seeing how people reacted to becoming a co-conspirator, because that's what it's about. And what I tried to do, and what Fincher really helped me with in those beginning days, was how to look in that camera and imagine I was talking to my best friend.
Because you're sharing the secret of the darkness of how this game is played with that best friend.
Yeah, and there were many times when I suppose the writers thought I was crazy, where I would see a script and I would see like this moment where this direct address would happen. I'd say all this stuff and I'd go, when we do a read through of the script, I go, I don't think I need to say any of that. And they were like, what do you mean? I said, well, the audience knows all of that. All I have to do is look. They know exactly what's going on. I don't need to say a thing. So I was often cutting dialogue because it just wasn't needed. Because that relationship that I'd learned, that I'd experienced doing Richard III was so extraordinary. Where I literally watched people, they were like, oh, I'm in on the thing, and this is it's so awesome. And then suddenly, wait, he killed the kids. He killed those kids in the tower. Oh, maybe it's not so. And you literally would watch them start to reverse their having had such a great time with Richard III in the first, 3 acts. And I thought, this is going to happen in this show. If this intimacy can actually land, and I think there was some brilliant writing, and we always attempted to do it in one take. No matter how long something was, we would try to do it in one take, the direct addresses. So there was never a cut. When we went out on locations, we started to then find ways to cut it and make it slightly broader, but...
That's interesting, because you're doing a bunch of, with both Richard III and Frank Underwood, a bunch of dark, borderline evil things. And then I guess the idea is you're going to be losing the audience, and then you win them back over with the addresses.
That's the remarkable thing, is against their instincts and their better sense of what they should and should not do, they still rallied around Frank Underwood.
And I saw even with the documentary, the glimmers of that with Richard III. I mean, you were seducing the audience. Like, there was such a chemistry between you and the audience on stage.
Yeah. Well, in that production, that's absolutely true. Also, Richard is one of the weirder, I mean by weird, it was an early play of Shakespeare's. And he's basically never off stage. I mean, I remember when we did the first run through, I had no idea what the next scene was every time I came off stage. I had no idea what was next. They literally had to drag me from one place to another. Say, now it's the scene with Hastings. Now it's this. But I now understand these wonderful stories that you can read in old books about Shakespeare's time. That actors grabbed Shakespeare around the cuff and punched him and threw him up against the wall and said, you ever write a part like this again, I'm going to kill you. And that's why in later plays, he started to have a pageant happened, and then a wedding happened, and the main character was off stage resting because the actor had said, you can't do this to us. There's no breaks. And it's true. There's very few breaks in Richard III. You're on stage most of the time.
The comedic aspect of Richard III and Frank Underwood, is that a component that helps bring out the full complexity of the darkness that is Frank Underwood?
I certainly can't take credit for Shakespeare having written something that is funny, or Beau Willimon and his team to have written something that is funny. It's fundamentally funny. It just depends on how I interpret it. There are, that's one of the great things why we love. In a year's time, we can see 5 different Hamlets. We can see 4 Richard IIIs. We can see 2 Richard IIs. That's part of the thrill, that we don't own these parts. We borrow them, and we interpret them. And what Ian McKellen might do with a role could be completely different from what I might do, because of the way we perceive it. And also, very often, in terms of going for humor, it's very often a director will say, why don't you say that with a bit of irony? Why don't you try that with a bit of blah, blah, blah?
Yeah, there's often that like a wry smile. The line that jumps to me when you're talking about Claire in the early, maybe first episode even, I love that woman more than sharks love blood. I guess there's a lot of ways to read that line, but the way you read it had both humor had legitimate affection, had all the ambition and narcissism, all of that mixed up together.
I also think that one should just acknowledge that where he was from, there is something that happens when you do an accent. And in fact, sometimes when I would say to Bo or one of the other writers, this is really good and I love the idea, but it rhythmically doesn't help. I need at least 2 more words to rhythmically make this work in his accent, because it just doesn't scan. And that's not iambic pentameter. I'm not talking about that. There is that as well in Shakespeare, but there was sometimes when it's too many lines, it's not enough lines in order for me to make this work for the way he speaks, the way he sounds, and what that accent does to emphasis.
How much of that character, in terms of the musicality of the way he speaks, is Bill Clinton?
Not really at all. I mean, Clinton, look, Bill Clinton, he had a way of talking, that he was very slow and he felt your pain, But Frank Underwood was a deeper, more direct, and less poetic in the way that Clinton would talk. I'll tell you this Clinton story that you'll like. So we decided to do a performance of The Iceman Cometh for the Democratic Party on Broadway. And the president is going to come. He's going to see this 4.5-hour play. And then we're going to do this event afterward. And I don't know, a couple weeks before we're going to do this event, someone at the White House calls and says, listen, it's very unusual to get the president for like 6.5 hours. So we're suggesting that the president come and see the first act, and then he goes. And I knew what was happening. Now, first of all, Clinton knows this play. He knows what this play is about. And I, as gently as I could, said, well, if the president's thinking of leaving at intermission, then I'm afraid we're going to have to cancel the event. There's just no way that... So anyway, then, oh, no, it's fine, it's fine. Now, I know what was happening. What was happening was that someone had read the play, and they were quite concerned. And I'll tell you why. Because the play is about this character that I portrayed named Hickey. And in the course of the play, as things get more and more revealed, you realize that this man that I'm playing has been a philanderer. He's cheated on his wife quite a lot. And by the end of the play, he is arrested and taken off because he ended up ending his wife's life because she forgave him too much and he couldn't live with it. Mm-hmm. So now imagine this. There's 2,000 people at the Brooks Atkinson Theater watching President Clinton watching this play. And at the end of the night, we take our curtain call. They bring out the presidential podium. Bill Clinton stands up there and he says, well, I suppose we should all thank Kevin and this extraordinary company of actors for giving us all way too much to think about. And the audience fell over in laughter, and then he gave a great speech. And I thought that was a pretty good way to handle that.
Well, in that way, him and Frank Underwood share like a charisma. There's certain presidents that just have, politicians that just have this charisma. You can't stop listening to them. Some of it is the accent, but some of it is some other magical thing.
When I was starting to do research, I wanted to meet with the whip, Kevin McCarthy. And he wouldn't meet with me until I called his office back and said, "What do you need? Tell him I'm playing a Democrat, not a Republican." And then he met with me.
Nice.
And he was helpful. He took me to whip meetings.
Politicians. So you worked with David Fincher there. He was the executive producer, but he also directed the first 2 episodes.
Yeah.
High level, what was it like working with him again? In which ways do you think he helped guide you and the show to become the great show that it was?
I I give him a huge amount of the credit, and not just for what he established, but the fact that every director after stayed within that world. I think that's why the series had a very consistent feeling to it. It was like watching a very long movie. The style, where the camera went, what it did, what it didn't do, how we used this, how we used that, how we didn't do this. There were things that he laid the foundation for that we managed to maintain pretty much until Beau Willimon left the show. They got rid of Fincher, and I was sort of the last man standing in terms of fighting against. Netflix had never had any creative control at all. We had complete creative control. But over time, they started to get themselves involved because, look, this is what happens to networks. You know, they'd never made a television show before, ever. And then 4 years later, they were the best. And so, you know, then you're going to get suggestions about casting and about writing and about who's music and scenes. And so there was a considerable amount of a pushback that I had to do when they started to get involved in ways that I thought was affecting the quality of the show.
What are those battles like? Like, I heard that there was a battle with the execs, like you mentioned early on about your name not being on the billing for 7. I heard that there's battles about the ending of 7, which was really, well, it's pretty dark. So what's that battle like? How often does that happen, and how do you win that battle? Like, because it feels like there's a line where the networks or the execs are really afraid of crossing that line into this strange, uncomfortable place. And then the director, great directors and great actors kind of flirt with that line.
It can happen in different ways. I mean, I remember one argument we had was we had specifically shot a scene so that there would be no score in that scene, so that there was no music. It was just two people talking. And then we end up seeing a cut where they've decided to put music in. And it is against everything that scene's supposed to be about. And you have to go and say, guys, this was intentional. We did not want score. And now you've added score because what, you think it's too quiet? You think our audience can't listen to two people talk for 2.5 minutes? This show has proved anything. It's proved that people have patience and they're willing to watch an entire season over a weekend. So there are those kind of arguments that can happen. You know, there's different arguments on different levels, and they sometimes have to do with. I mean, look, go back to The Godfather. They wanted to fire Pacino because they didn't see anything happening. They saw nothing happening, so they wanted to fire Pacino. And then finally Coppola thought, I'll shoot the scene where he kills the police commissioner, and they'll do that scene now. And that was the first scene where they went, yeah, actually, there's something going on there. So Pacino kept the role.
You think that Godfather's when Pacino was like the Pacino we know was born? Or is that more like there's the characters that are really over the top in Scent of a Woman? There's like stages, I suppose.
Yeah, of course. Look, I think that we can't forget that Pacino is also an animal of the theater. You know, he does a lot of plays, and he started off doing plays. And, you know, movies were, you know, Panic in Needle Park was his first. And yeah, I think there's that period of time when he was doing some incredible parts, incredible movies. When I did a series called Wise Guy, I got cast on a Thursday, and I flew up to Vancouver on a Saturday, and I started shooting on Monday. And all I had time to do was watch The Godfather and Serpico, and then I went to work.
Would you say, ridiculous question, Godfather, greatest film of all time?
Well,
gun to your head
certainly,
right now.
Certainly, yes. Yes. But I also, look, I'm allowed to change my opinion. I can next week say it's Lawrence of Arabia, or a week after that I can say Sullivan's Travels. I mean, that's the wonderful thing about movies, and particularly great movies, is when you see them again, it's like seeing them for the first time.
Yeah,
you pick up things that you didn't see the last time,
and for that day you fall in love with that movie. You might even say to a friend that is the greatest movie of all time.
And also, I think it's the degree with which directors are daring. I mean, Kubrick.
Want to go watch The Godfather now?
To cast one actor
again
to play 3 major roles in Dr. Strangelove. I mean, who has the balls to do that today?
I was going to mention when we're talking about Seven that just if you're looking at the greatest performances, portrayals of murderers, so obviously like I mentioned, Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs, that's up there. Seven to me is like competing for first place with Silence of the Lambs. But then there's a different one with Kubrick and Jack Nicholson, right? With The Shining. And there's as opposed to a murderer who's always been a murderer, here's a person like in American Beauty who becomes that, who descends into madness.
Yeah.
I read also that Jack Nicholson improvised Here's Johnny in that scene.
I believe that.
That's a very different performance than yours in Seven. What do you make of that performance?
Nicholson's always been such an incredible actor because he has absolutely no shame about being demonstrative and over the top, and he also has no problem playing characters who are deeply flawed, and he's interested in that. I have a pretty good Nicholson story, though. Nobody knows.
You also have a pretty good Nicholson impression, but what's the story?
Story is the story was told to me by a sound man, Dennis Maitland, who's a great guy. He said he was very excited because he got on Prizzi's Honor, which was Jack Nicholson and Angelica Houston, directed by John Huston. And he said, I was so excited. It's my first day on the movie, and I get told to go into Mr. Nicholson's trailer and mic him up for the first scene. So I knock on the trailer door, and I hear, yes, and come on in. I come inside, and Mr. Nicholson is changing out of his regular clothes, and he's going to put on his costume. And so I'm setting up the mic, and I'm getting ready, and I said, Mr. Nicholson, I just wanted to tell you I'm extremely excited to be working with you again. It's a great pleasure. And Jack goes, did we work together before? And he says, yes, we did. And he goes, what film did we do together? He says, well, we did Missouri Breaks. Nicholson goes, oh my God, Missouri Breaks. Jesus Christ, we were out of our minds on that film. Holy shit. Jesus Christ, it's a wonder I'm alive. My God, there was so much drugs going on, and we were stoned out of our minds. Holy shit. And just then, he folds the pants that he's just taken off over his arm, and an eighth of Coke drops out onto the floor. Just then, he folds the pants that he's just taken off over his arm, and an eighth of Coke drops out onto the floor. Dennis looks at it. Nicholson looks at it. Jack goes, haven't worn these pants since Missouri Breaks.
Man, I love that guy. Unapologetically himself.
Oh, yeah.
Your impression of him, like at the AFI, was just great.
Well, that was for Mike Nichols.
Oh yeah, he had a big impact in your career.
Huge,
really important.
Career.
Can you talk about him? Like what role did he play in your life?
I think it was.
Talk about him. Like what role did he play in your life?
I think it was. Yeah, it was 1984. I went in to audition for the national tour of a play called The Real Thing, which Jeremy Irons and Glenn Close were doing on Broadway that Mr. Nichols had directed. So I went in to read for this character, Brody, who is a Scottish character. And I did the audition, and Mike Nichols comes down the aisle of the theater, and he's asking me questions about where'd you go to school and what have you been doing. And I just come back from doing a bunch of years of regional theater in different theaters. So I was in New York, and meeting Mike Nichols was just incredible. So Mr. Nichols went, have you seen the other play that I directed up the block called Hurly Burly? And I said, no, I haven't. He says, why not? I said, I can't afford a Broadway ticket. He said, we can arrange that. I'd like you to go see that play, and then I'd like you to come in next week and audition for that. I was like, oh, okay. So I went to see Hurly Burly. William Hurt, Harvey Keitel, Chris Walken, Candice Bergen, Cynthia Nixon, Jerry Stiller. And I watched this play. It's a play, David Ray play about Hollywood. And I watched this. Jerry Stiller. And I watched this play. It's a play, David Ray play about Hollywood. This is crazy. I mean, Bill Hurt was like unbelievable. And it was extraordinary. Chris Walken, these guys were. So there's this Harvey Keitel. Walken came in later. Harvey Keitel's playing this part. And I come in and I audition for it. And Nichols says, I want you to understudy Harvey Keitel. I want you to understudy Phil. And I'm like, Phil? I mean, Harvey Keitel is like in his 40s. He looks like he can beat the shit out of everybody on stage. I'm this like 24-year-old. And Nichols said, it's just all about attitude. If you believe you can beat the shit out of everybody on stage, the audience will too. So, okay. So I then started to learn Phil. And the way it works when you're an understudy, unless you're a name, they don't let you rehearse on the stage. You just rehearse in a rehearsal room. But I used to sneak onto the stage and rehearse and try to figure out where the props were and yada yada. Anyway, one day I get a call. You're going on today. It's Phil. So I went on. Nichols is told by Peter Lawrence, who's the stage manager, Spacey's going on as Phil. So Nichols comes down and watches the second act, comes backstage. He says, that was really good. How soon could you learn Mickey? Mickey was the role that Ron Silver was playing. Chris Walken also played. I said, I don't know. Maybe a couple weeks. He goes, learn Mickey too. So I learned Mickey. And then one day I'm told, you're going on tomorrow night as Mickey. Nichols comes, sees the second act, comes backstage, says, that was really good. I mean, that was really funny. How soon could you learn Eddie? And so I became like the pinch hitter on Hurly Burly. I learned all the male parts, including Jerry Stiller's, although I never went on as Jerry Stiller's part. And then I left the play. And I guess about 2 months later, I get this phone call from Mike Nichols. He's like, Kevin, how are you? And I'm like, I'm fine. What can I do for you? He says, well, I'm going to make a film this summer with Mandy and Meryl, and there's a role I'd like you to come in and audition for. So I went in, auditioned, cast me as this mugger on a subway. Then there's this whole upheaval that happens because he then doesn't continue with Mandy Patinkin. Mandy leaves the movie, and he asks Jack Nicholson to come in and replace Mandy Patinkin. So now, I had no scenes with him, but I'm in a movie with Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep, and my first scene in this movie, which I shot on my birthday, July 26th of '85, I got to wink at Meryl Streep in this scene, and I was so nervous. I literally couldn't wink. Nichols had to like calm me down and help me wink. But that became my very first film. And he was incredible, and he let me come and watch when they were shooting scenes I wasn't in. And I remember ending up one day in the makeup trailer on the same day we were working, Jack and me. We had no scene together. But I remember him coming in, and they put him down in the chair, and they put frozen cucumbers on his eyes, and did his neck. And then they raised him up and did his face. And then I remember Nicholson went like this, looked in the mirror, and he went, another day,
another $50,000. And walked out of the trailer.
Well, what was Christopher Walken like?
Oh.
So he's a theater guy too.
Oh, yeah. He started out as a chorus boy, dancer.
Well, I can see that.
Yeah.
The guy knows how to move.
I know Walken a long time, and I did a Saturday Night Live where I did, we did these Star Wars auditions. So I did Chris Walken as Han Solo.
So good.
And I'll never forget this. I was in Los Angeles about 2 weeks after, and I was at Chateau Marmont. There's some party happening at Chateau Marmont, and I saw Chris Walken come onto the balcony, and I was like, oh, shit, it's Chris Walken. And he walked up to me and he went, Kevin, I saw your little sketch. It was funny, haha.
Oh, man. It was a really good sketch. And that guy, there's certain people that are truly unique and unapologetic, continue being that throughout their whole career. The way they talk, the musicality of how they talk, how they are, their way of being. He's that.
Yeah.
And it somehow works.
This watch. Yeah.
And he works in so many different contexts. He plays like a mobster in True Romance.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like genius. That's genius. But he could be anything. He could be soft. He could be a badass. All of it. And he's always Christopher Walken, but somehow works for all these different characters. Yeah. So I guess we were talking about House of Cards like 2 hours ago before we took a tangent upon a tangent. But there's a moment in episode 1 where President Walker broke his promise to Frank Underwood that he would make him a Secretary of State. Was this when the monster in Frank was born, or was the monster always there? The sort of, for you looking at that character, was there an idealistic notion to him that there's loyalty and that broke him? Or did he always know that there's this whole world is about manipulation and do anything to get power?
Well, I mean, it might have been the first moment an audience saw him be betrayed, but it certainly was not the first betrayal he'd experienced. And once you start to get to know him and learn about his life and learn about his father and learn about his, friends and learn about their relationship and learn what he was like even as a cadet, I think you start to realize that this is a man who has very strong beliefs about loyalty. And so it wasn't the first, it was just the first moment that, in terms of the storyline that's being built, Night Takes King was the name of our production company.
Yeah. What do you think motivated him at that moment and throughout the show? Was it all about power and also legacy? Or was there some small part underneath it all where he wanted to actually do good in the world?
No, I think power is a afterthought. What he loved more than anything was being able to predict how human beings would react. He was a behavioral psychologist. And he could know, like he was 17 moves ahead in a chess game. He could know if he did this at this moment, that eventually this would happen. He was able to be predictive and was usually right. He knew just how far he needed to push someone to get them to do what he needed them to do in order to make the next step work.
You've played a bunch of evil characters.
Well, you call him evil. But you don't, the reason I say that, and I don't mean to be snarky about it, but the reason I say it that way is because I never judge the people I play. And the people that I have played, or that any actor has played, don't necessarily view themselves as this label. It's easy to say, but that's not the way I can think. I cannot judge a character I play and then play them well. I have to be free of judgment. I have to just play them
and let the cards drop where they may, and let an audience judge. I mean, the fact that you use that word is perfectly fine. That's your, but it's like people asking me, was I really from K-Pax or not? It's just entirely depends on your perspective.
Do roles like that, like Seven, like Frank Underwood, like Lester from American Beauty, do they change you psychologically as a person? So walking around in the skin of these characters, these complex characters with a very different moral systems.
I absolutely believe that wandering around in someone else's ideas, in someone else's clothes, in someone else's shoes, teaches you enormous empathy. And that goes to the heart of not judging. And I have found that I have been so moved by, look, yes, you've identified the darker characters, but I played Clarence Darrow 3 times. I've played a play called National Anthems. I've done movies like Recount. I've done films like The Ref. I've done films in which that doesn't exist in any of those characters. Those qualities paid forward. And so it is incredible to be able to embrace those things that I admire and that are like me, and those things that I don't admire and aren't like me. But I have to put them on an equal footing and say, I have to just play them as best I can and not decide to wield judgment over them.
Without judgment.
Without judgment.
In Gulag Archipelago, Alexander Solzhenitsyn famously writes about the line between good and evil and that it runs through the heart of every man. So the full paragraph there, when he talks about the line, during the life of any heart, this line keeps changing place. Sometimes it is squeezed one way by exuberant evil, and sometimes it shifts to allow enough space for good to flourish. One and the same human being is, at various ages, under various circumstances, a totally different human being. At times, he is close to being a devil, at times to sainthood. But his name doesn't change. And to that name we ascribe the whole lot, good and evil. What do you think about this note that we're all capable of good and evil? And throughout life, that line moves and shifts throughout the day, throughout every hour.
Yeah, one of the things that I've been focused on very succinctly is the idea that every day is an opportunity. It's an opportunity.
Dude, can I fucking move, dude? Jesus Christ.
Make better decisions, to learn and to grow. And I also think that, look, I grew up not knowing if my parents loved me, particularly my father. I never had a sense that I was loved, and that stayed with me my whole life. And when I think back at who my father was, and more succinctly, who he became, it was a gradual and slow and sad development. When I've gone back, and now I've looked at diaries my father kept and albums he kept, particularly when he was a medic in the U.S. Army, served our country with distinction. When the war was over and they went to Germany, the things my father said the things that he wrote, the things that he believed were as patriotic as any American soldier who had ever served. But then when he came back to America and he had a dream of being a journalist, or his big hope was that he was going to be the great American novelist. He wanted to be a creative novelist. And so he sat in his office and he wrote for 45 years and never published anything. And somewhere along the way, in order to make money, he became what they call a technical procedure writer, which the best way to describe that is that if you built the F-16 aircraft, my father would have written the manual to tell you how to do it. I mean, as boring, as technical, as tedious as you can imagine. And so somewhere in the 60s and into the 70s, my father fell in with groups of people and individuals, pretend intellectuals, who started to give him reasons why he was not successful as a white Aryan man in the United States. And over time, my father became a white supremacist. And I cannot tell you the amount of times as a young boy that my father would sit me down and lecture me for hours and hours and hours about his fucked up ideas of America, of prejudice, of white supremacy. And thank God for my sister, who said, don't listen to a thing he says, he's out of his mind. And even though I was young, I knew everything he was saying was against people, and I loved people. I had so many wonderful friends.
Mika, come
My
on.
best friend, Mike, who's still my close friend to this day, I was afraid to bring him to my house because I was afraid that my father would find out he was Jewish, or that my father would leave his office door open and someone would see his Nazi flag or his pictures of Hitler or Nazi books, or what he might say. So when I found theater in the 8th grade, and debate club and choir and festivals and plays and everything I could do to participate in that wouldn't make me have to come back home, I did. And I've had to reconcile who he became.
That's right. And that's it for me. Have a good night. Take care. See you next time. And yeah, I'm going to go watch some anime or some movies or something. Maybe a Kevin Spacey movie. Peace.